Tony, can you hear me? You're muted. You don't have to unmute yourself, but what you just said was, I appreciate you understanding that just the few couple minutes when I'm doing everything is the most important, because if I screw up, I'm done. Are you, wait, hold on, you're muted.
Okay. Yeah, let me know when you're ready for me.
No, I will. I just appreciated what you said about the first couple when I'm setting up.
Yeah. That's the most nerve-wracking part, you know?
If I hit the wrong thing. Anyways.
Let me know when you're ready.
Okay. There's only a couple minutes.
Okay.
For being so punctual.
Hello, Sharon. Sharon, you are muted.
Hi, John.
So can you hear me?
I can. Perfect.
Okay, and I can hear you too.
Perfect.
Happy New Year.
Thank you. We're off to a good start.
So is David hosting the consent calendar as well?
I guess so. I don't know. You guys can figure all that out. He doesn't have to.
Yeah, but today, I mean,
Oh, I think today. Yeah. Did you saw that email? Yeah.
I did, but I
He-
don't see him yet.
Okay. Again, thank you for that beautiful card and your beautiful painting.
Oh, you're certainly welcome. You have a job that nobody appreciates
Oh, you're so sweet.
except me.
Thank you. Couple people, maybe. Thank you. There's Dave.
Yes, I see him. Dave, you are muted.
Can you hear me now?
Hi,
Yes,
Dave.
I can.
Hi.
So you're hosting the consent calendar today, right?
I am.
Excellent.
So I'm going to make you co-host.
Okay.
So let's give it one more minute to get Claire on. And David, what happened with Bill last year was since he was hosting, he also participated in the review of the consent calendar. If you'd like to do that, great. If you choose not to, great. But I just wanted to let you know you do not, from my point of view, you do not have to be silent at this time.
Okay. I think I'll leave it to you all unless it's really something you need another opinion or support. But I think
Okay,
the idea is the consent's a more limited review, so we'll just stick with that.
Okay, so if you can bring up item C1, please,
Sure.
and then share your screen and all that good stuff.
Yep. Can you see my screen now?
I can.
It says I'm sharing.
Okay. For everybody else besides MBAR meetings, we're changing leadership in this meeting. So it's not been Dave hosting for the last year. So there's going to be a little bit of learning curve going on here.
Can you see me now?
I think so.
Yeah. Okay. Let me. Do you want to start with the notes?
I don't think I need them.
Okay.
Claire, are you on yet? Okay. And Tony, you're on, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, here I am.
And okay, excellent. Thank you. So David, can you go to PDF page number 3?
Yes.
Okay. Tony, I see some of these details like number 1, having the finished material underneath the rafter.
Right.
And others, I see the rafter exposed. Could you please explain why we have the two conditions?
This sheet is kind of a handout from the county, and it pertains pretty much to any, any high fire construction. And so there's different options is what's happening here. My detail is specific to my project will be on my detail sheet.
Page 10.
Correct. Yeah. So this is just kind of a generic. So there's my detail 1, the eave detail, ridge, hip detail, and so on, rake.
Okay. And so you're having exposed rafters. We're going to be able to see the rafters.
Yes. Yeah.
Okay.
So
Okay.
that's why on my detail I have a 4x6 rafter tail that will be exposed.
Okay. And I think that I would recommend that you go back and look at those details from the county. I think you need an additional layer of, it's either a 1x or 2x underneath the sheeting
Okay.
in high fire.
Yeah, we
So-
are expecting a high fire. So
You're not in high fire?
no, we are. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So
So I think ours is going to be detail 3 is the one that pertains to us.
okay, well, let's get that clarified. So he's talking about page PDF 3.
You want me to go back to that? Okay.
Yeah, I think so, please.
And obviously without that fascia board.
Yeah, but you see the extra member that's underneath the roof sheeting.
Yeah, right.
When you go and you look in the code carefully, that puppy shows up. So, okay, so you'll need to add it. I don't think it affects the architecture, but I just wanted you to have as complete a set of plans as possible.
Right, okay.
And then, David, if we can go back to page 10. On detail number 10, it looks to me like you are not on the deck guard detail, that you have no conditions over 30 inches. Is that correct? Drop from.
Yeah, that's that railing is just decorative.
But nothing, does not have to have the 4-inch ball.
Right.
Okay, very good. Just wanted to verify that. And from my point of view as the architect on the review, I find these plans to be very acceptable and I would recommend approval. I would like to wait and give Claire as much of a chance to get on and have her comments about the landscaping before we give it approval. But I know something about landscaping, and I looked at it, and those look good as well. So,
Great, thank you.
okay. So assuming that she has no concerns about it, yeah, why don't you load that up, David? So you have the perimeter landscaping shown, and I don't really know the plant species well enough to comment one way or the other, but
I think Philip Sooty is going to be joining us.
oh, it's today's meeting. He's going to do it.
Yeah, he's going to be joining us. He said he was going to be here, but it looks
Okay.
like he's addressed the comments from the last meeting. As far as documenting the hedge on the east and west sides and so on. It turns out the hedge is actually on our side. They were just not shown on the previous version.
Okay, good. So as I said, I'm not trying to delay everything, but sometimes Claire has a little trouble getting on, as we all do. So I'd like to give her another couple of minutes before we make an official statement. Is that okay with you too, David?
Yeah, it looks like Philip Studing is raising his hand too.
Oh, okay. So let's get
Can
him.
you hear me?
Yes,
Yeah.
we can.
Okay, great.
Phil, you want to
Also,
tell
do
us what happened?
Do you have the photos that were submitted?
David?
I'm looking right now.
I don't see them. Is there
Oh,
some
they
way,
might be in this. I don't see them.
there's some way I can get those to you?
You can email them to me, sure.
Okay. What's your email?
Dave, D-A-V-E, at NMA, followed by the word architects.com, architects with an S.
Well, the entire universe now has your email address.
Oh, great.
No pressure.
I'll forward my spam to you from now on.
Okay, those are coming shortly.
Hey, Bill. Bill, you're on mute.
Hello?
Hi.
Hi.
And now that I've got you unmuted, because of the consent calendar and the number of people that are permitted to comment, would you please mute yourself again, please?
Okay, will do.
Thank you.
Was that a big file that you sent?
No, I haven't sent it quite yet.
Okay.
Coming shortly. It's 2 megabytes and I'm sending it now.
Okay.
I guess I can lower my hand now. Any luck, Dave?
Yep, just shut up.
Okay, great. Is Claire on yet?
No, but let's just keep going. So you're
Okay,
talking.
I think the photos tell the best story and ameliorate the concerns that Claire had last time. Basically, does this project need some screening? And I misspoke last time when I said that the hedge material was on the adjacent property. It is actually on the subject property. And I think you can see from the photos that it's a fairly tall, fairly dense screening hedge. So I personally don't feel that there's a need to add or supplement. What we were seeing the last time were old Google Street Views and Google aerials. So since then, 15-gallon material has been planted on the subject property, giving a decent screen to any development on the property.
Okay, Claire just came on. Claire, we're reviewing the landscaping and you are on mute right now. So if you can unmute yourself and then comment.
My agenda doesn't show that we have a consent item. Are we doing consent?
We are, and it's a project which looked good to me. And when the minutes came out, it basically said, you've got to make sure that there's perimeter landscaping, and Phil has been showing us that. Phil, you want to just quickly go over that again?
Got it. I see. Okay, now I misread that page 1. I never saw it, never even looked at page 1. Okay, so
both on the east and the west property line, which is where you had a concern, there is existing screen, and it is on the subject parcel. I made a mistake and misspoke last time when I thought it was on the adjacent parcel. If you want to go to the photos now, you can see on the east property line that the material is sufficient to screen any proposed development on subject property. And then if you scroll up to the west property line, you could see the same. And that material on the west property line is prunus and oleander. So Ms. Godstinker, I don't really feel that there's a need to supplement or augment the screen on the east or west property line. That's my professional opinion.
got it. Okay.
And Claire, do you concur with that?
Yes, I do concur, because I actually went to this site after the hearing.
You could have invited me.
Well, no, I mean, it wasn't like the day after, but
No,
I did drive into Gulf Road and looked at the site and realized that I had actually been inaccurate about my request. So I'm fine with this.
I mean, what we were looking at were old Google Street Views and old Google aerials that didn't show what had been done subsequently. So
yeah, no, in those Google views, that's the thing, is I did go back to Google Maps and looked and went, that's where I would get, and I went, well, they need landscaping. Well,
yeah, no,
that's the old maps, and now we have a landscape.
the Google view and reality didn't quite jive.
No, well, because they're always about 2 years behind. By the way.
Yeah.
So I'm fine with this project, John.
And so am I. So Tony, we will recommend for approval. Of course, the board can overrule us, but I doubt that they will. And let me just make sure we are on for final, so we do not have to ask for any comments that might be coming from people on the meeting. So thank you very much, Tony. If you'd like to wait around, it'll be about 10 to 15 minutes before we get to this.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so Chip, you are on mute, and there's 15 seconds until 1 o'clock.
Holy moly, I got everybody here.
What am I not? Okay, mute video. Get rid of this one. I don't know why this is here. Launch meeting. Have we already launched the meeting? Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, so this is somebody else's screen that I'm looking at right now.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm confused. I'm going, wait a second. I've got a screen that says open link and launch meeting. I'm going, what is that? Okay.
Okay, Tip, you're on, I think.
So, is it time yet? 1 p.m.
Yes,
Yes.
it is.
Exactly.
Thank you. So, I would like to open the January 14th, 2021 meeting of the Montecito Board of Architecture Review. And first item on the agenda is for public comment, for any general comment, for any for regarding topic which is not on today's agenda. Sharon, do we have anyone?
I didn't receive any notification. Is there anybody in the attendees, if they'd like to raise their hand, if you're here for general public comment? I don't see any hands raised, Tip.
Thank you, Sharon. By the way, do we have a full board?
We have everyone on board today.
Right. Okay, so we're moving on to the big item of today, which is the election of chair and vice chair for 2021. And I believe my term is going to end today. So I would like to nominate Bill Wolf to be the chair of the AMBAR for this year, 2021.
I'll second that.
Any further discussion?
I think that's an excellent choice, Tip.
I graciously accept.
Absolutely.
Thank you. And Bill, are you good with that?
I am good with it. I graciously accept.
Perfect.
Well,
So
not till we vote, bro.
Oh, yeah, yes.
I'm gonna do a roll call, okay? Just for the vote.
yeah, so can I have a motion? No, all those in favor?
I,
Aye.
Aye.
And Bill, you-
Opposed?
I abstain, I guess, huh?
thank you.
All right.
I'd like to nominate Dave Mendro for vice chair at this time.
Second.
Any further discussion? Dave, are you on board?
I'm on board. Thanks.
Thank you, Dave. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstention?
I'll abstain on that one.
Thank you. So welcome to the new board, and I'm going to step down, obviously, and Bill is the new chair, and I thank you all you for making my journey was much easier for the last 2 years, and thank you, Sharon, for all the assistance and the help and the guidance. And I will be one of the board members, and I will happily contribute what I can for fiscal year 2021.
Thank you, Tip, for all your good work.
Yeah, thanks, Deb.
Thank you, Tip.
and
Appreciate it.
also I would like to acknowledge the work that that our new chair had done as far as managing the Zoom calls and everything that's needed. That I know that Mr. Mendro is now going to take over that role. But I think our new chair has done a magnificent job with running the technology as needed. And now
Well,
Mr.
thank you.
Mendro is going to take that on, and I trust that Mr. Mendro will do as good a job as Bill Wolf has done.
I
Hear,
couldn't
hear.
agree. I couldn't agree more. I'd like to compliment Tip for taking us through a difficult time with COVID and these Zoom meetings and the technology that it takes. Both Tip and Bill, your added efforts in this tricky time and all the effort it takes to put this together, these Zoom meetings behind the scene, couldn't be more complimentary to what you've done for all of us. Thank you.
I agree with Sam. I think that it's admirable that it has run as smooth as it possibly can and has. Thank you.
All right, Bill, you in charge.
Okay, all right. Thank you all for your kind comments. I appreciate that, and I hope I can live up to the same standards Tip has shown us on chair.
Oh, yeah, nothing to worry about.
Give it my best shot.
That might be stretching it.
I know you'll all be helping me too. So, okay, item 3, agenda status report. Do we have anything to report?
Thank you, Bill. We have one item, item 3, Johnson Addition and Pool. Planning and Development has asked to continue the project to the 28th due to the applicant changing their project description.
So moved.
Second,
Thank you.
I was gonna step down on that one.
All those in favor?
aye,
Aye.
Aye.
So item 3 will be moved.
I'm sorry, who seconded that? I didn't hear.
I did. Sam,
Yeah. Okay, let's go to meeting minutes, item 4, meeting minutes. Dave, do you want to bring those up real quick? Was there anybody on the board that had any comments on the meeting minutes of December 17th, 2020?
Mr. Chairman, I do.
Okay, John, go ahead.
On page, the second page, Dave, item C1, the word Ashley is misspelled. It's a typo.
Thank you.
And then to more substantive comments. Item number 4, I'm not sure which page that's on. There you go at the top. The very first comment from the board, one member requests site visit with story poles for roof ridge with poles to depict olive trees. Are we going to have a site visit? I think it says it down below, but it was unclear to me whether or not we were going to have one.
I'm not remembering that.
It says no action taken. The project can return for further conceptual review with a site visit. So is that sufficient for everybody? Do we all agree with that?
that we are going to take a site visit, I think, yes.
Okay, excellent. Thank you.
My
Just couldn't-
recollection, this is Alex, my recollection maybe was that there was not consensus on whether story poles were required.
Well,
But that there, a site visit would be. Do you all recall?
So is this the one you wanted everyone to try to be there, but within social distancing? So
yes,
Okay.
yes. And so what is it we want to do with that? I think we need to be clear so the staff knows what to request, et cetera.
So the question that comes up for me is because this is a two-parted, the way it's listed on, and here on the agenda, is that, yes, I think the issue is yes, we wanted a site visit, but I don't know that we actually were wanting that everybody thought that story poles were needed. So,
Well,
We might have worded it to give them the option to obviously help us understand the site and what we were looking at, have at stake would certainly be helpful. I think maybe that was why it seems a little vague as to whether or not we're required the story poles or not. But obviously, because of the public comment and the concern in the neighborhood, I think that was partially why we were probably certainly requesting a site visit. Whether the story poles certainly couldn't hurt, whether it was a requirement or not, I guess that's.
yeah, that's the thing. I mean, that's how it occurred to me, is that it's a two-part line. And I don't remember, I mean, I don't know, yes, I think we wanted to see, where all the olives were gonna go. But given that it is, yeah, the agenda has it as a lot of landscaping, but not very much needed for the remodel. So it's kind of just confusing,
Yeah, if you recall, this house already exists, but they're changing the roof line and filling in some gaps in the existing ridge.
Yeah.
So there's a question of whether you can somehow do story poles to show how they're modifying that roof line.
Oh, I remember. And we had those are the neighbors up above that are actually concerned about the ridge height and whether that's going to interrupt their a landscape easement. That's the one we're talking about. I remember.
There was quite a few neighbors, so I think it should be probably story pole.
I think it should, I think we should story pole it and have and the pole should depict where the olives are and move forward.
Actually, I remember visiting the job that the hip turned into a gables.
Yeah,
Right.
that's the part.
And I think that we probably need to show the extensions to make sure that there'll be no issues.
Alex, do you believe we have the authority at this time to go ahead and do that?
If you think that's what your intention was with the last time around, then yes.
Okay, very good. So, Mr. Chairman, I would like to amend the last line of that item. It says no action taken. The project can return for further conceptual review with a site visit, including story poles.
Okay, that sounds good.
And what we have always done in the past is to specify where the story poles are going to be. I'm wondering again, Alex and members of the board, can we have the chairman review that with the applicant to get it? So we don't ask for an excessive amount, but we get the data that we need. Would that be acceptable?
Yes.
Yeah, I think that's a good idea. I'm happy to do that if they want to
Okay.
send me a plan.
I'll have the planner coordinate that.
Very good.
Okay.
Thank you. Okay. Thank you all. Item number 5, 1127 Hill Road. I think the whole project was getting triggered by 2 entrances. I know I had mentioned it as a concern. I don't see specifically that we've talked about that here, that there were no comments that said the board supports or doesn't support or something like that, the 2 entrances. And I think that that's the crux of a lot of this design. I know I was concerned. Does anybody else, is that just a one-off or what?
Me too, I do agree. It was one of the comments that they have 2 entrances, and we feel that we all felt that one probably more appropriate.
Right.
I
Three.
felt,
Yes.
I felt that was pretty unanimous in our discussion.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay.
I think the comment where it says restudy to reduce extent of paving and simplify entrances was intended to capture that, but we can rework the language.
Yeah, let's add something that says to item number 2, a brand new sentence that would say, board would like to eliminate one entrance if possible. Is that acceptable to everybody?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes.
I forget the extent of the paving. Was there more paving?
No,
than-
it was there. It was the whole front yard was covered.
It was a loop road into a garage and then another new entrance. So one
That-
entrance off the west would make more sense.
The
One-
entire front yard was paving.
Well, I would say so, one entrance and minimize paving. And to
No,
minimize,
right now we're just commenting. We can't make
Right.
we can't do something now and add it to the minutes. We just have to deal with correcting the minutes. So, see, we already said we were concerned with the extent of the paving with the new entrance.
yeah,
So I think what needs to get added, John, to the minutes is, I think this is correct, is that board was not in favor of 2 entrances.
I'm okay with that if other members are.
yeah.
Yes,
Yes.
Okay, so there's a majority of us. And that, Mr. Chairman, that's all the comments I have for the minutes.
Okay, all right, very good. Thank you, John, I appreciate it. Anyone else have any comments, corrections for the minutes of December 17th, 2020? All right.
Mr. Chairman, I would move for approval of the minutes of December 17th as amended.
I
Second,
will second that.
okay,
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? All right,
I'm abstaining because I stepped down for the Buena Vista project, so I'll abstain from that vote.
okay, very good. All right, thank you. So on to the consent agenda. We had one item, C1, it was 1050 Gulf Road.
Mr. Chairman, Claire and I reviewed that project. It was hosted by Dave, who did an excellent job. And as a result of our review and clarification from Phil Suding as to the extent of the existing landscaping, Claire and I would like to recommend to the full board that this project be approved as submitted.
Okay. So it's for final approval. So do we need to open public comment or?
No, we do not.
We do not. Okay, very good. All right, then that one is approved for final.
No,
Wait.
no. I will move for approval of item C1 as submitted.
Second.
Okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
I,
Okay, opposed. All right, so let's go on to MBAR member informational briefings. Anyone have any information to share?
I will be
I've
stepping
got-
down. I'll be stepping down from the last item, number 10.
No,
And
I'll be stepping down from item 7.
I'll be stepping down for item 2.
Hey,
And I want to bring up another topic if everybody's through with their step downs.
Well, hold on just for a minute. So Sam's stepping down for 2. Tip's stepping down for the last item, Van Woonswinkle, and Dave, 7?
Item 7, yes.
Thank you. All righty, thank you.
Dave's
Okay.
office.
okay, Sam, go ahead. You
So-
have some.
So yeah, my topic relates to something, back to the changing of the guard, so to speak, the chair and the vice chair. I really think that the added duty that Bill went through this year because of certainly the COVID restrictions and the Zoom meetings exclusively, the extra work that is required to kind of host and or bring all this information to all of us in such a organized and concise way, the private sheets and rolling through the different letters, all of that, making it available is a very big task to ask of a MBAR member. I would like to bring to the table that we ask P&D, Alex and Sharon and your department, maybe in the building, maybe in the planning department, there's one that could be on take for these meetings every other week and do the kinds of things that Bill was doing and that Dave is now being entrusted with, because the added work for a volunteer in this capacity, I think is extracurricular and extraordinary to ask of any professional that's trying to run a business and do things for the betterment of the community, volunteering. So I would throw that back to the board to discuss and or see if there's a way that P&D and the county can end this task as a citizen would in another capacity on maybe the other boards. I don't know how you're handling it across the boards of the other C bars and S bars, but it certainly becomes something of difficulty, I can imagine, with the preparation and the added extra work that it entails. I leave that to the floor of the MBAR to discuss.
I'm going to weigh in here. This is what I think, I don't know if it was the last meeting or the 2 weeks before, when I made a comment about the management of the meetings. And I totally agree. I mean, I completely agree with what Sam is saying, that other organizations where I do Zoom meetings, they have a Zoom, what they call each other, Zoom manager. So they actually have somebody that's not running the meeting or talking to other people like we do. They actually have somebody that's there that manages the Zoom meeting itself. And so for me, I think what Sam is saying is that rather than having one of us manage the Zoom meeting, it really should be the county of Santa Barbara that should, and not necessarily even happen to fall with Sharon. Sharon's got other things that she needs to be doing. So, this is kind of a new world that and my understanding, this whole Zoom thing is going to go on for at least another 6 months, maybe longer. I think that the county should be responsible for having someone who actually supports our meetings. So I agree, Sam.
Yeah, so to tag on to that a little bit too, certainly I was willing to take on the task. It did add certainly quite a few hours to sort of orchestrating it. And I don't think we're asking Sharon to take that on. I think the idea was that we were trying to find somebody who, had an architecture knowledgeable background in terms of plans and drawings and could kind of go through it. And that was why we sort of saddled that task. And so, maybe there's a planner. Again, these are just suggestions to Alex and Sharon, that maybe there's a planner that has the background enough to be able to take that lead and take that role on. So that's kind of where I think we're heading, to help reduce some of the time that Dave will spend. I found that what I would have to do is I'd have to preview all the drawings ahead of, which we do anyway, but be pretty complete with my preview before getting into the drawing or of the day, or the review of the day.
Yeah,
So,
and in the background, when Tip, called me about, how things were going to be in the future when he stepped down and you were moving up. That was one of the concerns I had that I expressed to Tip at the time is, whoa, wait a second. What happens to our meetings if Bill becomes the chair? Who then is going to manage all of what you did as vice chair? And we talked about it a little bit. And then I said to Tip, I said, well, don't put me in line of succession for vice chair, because I will not be able to manage the technology. I would have had to have left the board, because there's no way that I could have done what Bill did. I knew that. I know that. I'm trying to learn as much as I can about all.
Well, even if you could, Claire, I just think it's extra work that puts.
Yeah,
the amount.
I don't think board members should be having to do this. I
Okay,
think that the county.
Okay, can I suggest, I
That's
think
my point.
we've heard the message.
Yeah.
We will review it internally and discuss with folks who are in charge of making these types of decisions. And I think
Yes.
yeah,
Excellent.
here we're doing it, so it'll continue. But if, whatever you can help us out, that'd be great.
And I'd like to add something that when we first went online last March, I was hoping that it would only last for 3 months. Naive for me.
Yeah, really. Like we all did.
Yep. And because of that, I thought that, maybe Bill could help a little bit. That would be great for 3 months. But obviously now it's not the case. It seems like we might be online for probably until September. That's how I see it.
Yeah.
So because of that, and I know that without Bill's help last year, I would have never be able to run the meeting. So that's a really good suggestion, Sam. Thank you for bringing it up.
Yep, you're welcome.
Great. All right, we'll table that for now and we'll discuss it more later. Anybody else have anything else to discuss? Are we good with the MBAR informational briefings? Staff update. Anything, staff update? You have any information for us?
No, I don't have any updates.
Nothing. Okay. Okay, all right, then let's move on to standard agenda. Item 1, 515 Santa Angela Lane. Do we have the applicant on board? Anybody out there? Brett Ettinger, looks like.
I believe Brett Ettinger's here.
Okay, Brett, you want to introduce yourself and walk us through the project?
Sure. Are you able to hear me right now?
Yes.
we can.
Okay. I don't see my mug face, so I was just wondering.
Okay,
You probably don't need to see that anyway.
yeah, give us direction through the plans there.
You bet. Thank you. My name is Brett Ettinger with Ferguson Ettinger Architects. It's good to see you all. We are pleased to present a new residential project at 515 Santa Angela Lane, which is about a half-acre, gently sloping, relatively flat parcel at the corner of Santa Angela Lane and East Valley Road. Thank you for going to that sheet. It's effectively just west of San Isidro Road and immediately adjacent to the western edge of the Upper Village. On the lower right-hand corner of this sheet that is up right now, if you zeroed in on that context map, you get a sense of the immediate context. To the north is a cul-de-sac at the end of Santa Angela Lane, which is primarily single-story, single-family residential. To the east is commercial at that building labeled 5112. I think it's leased by Cox Cable right now. And then further to the east is the Upper Village. To the west of our project site, over there where that number 9 is a single-family residential. And to the southwest across East Valley Road and directly to the south is again single-family residential. To the direct south is Elmo. And then to the east of that is another section of the east, the Upper Village, pardon me. So if we pull back out, please, and go to the top row of the photos on this sheet, I can give you an overview of the immediate site and then follow that up with the neighborhood context. The top row on the left is basically the other side of East Valley Road, looking northwest in this upper left view with the commercial structure on the right and our site a little further on, Elmo on the left with a flag. The next view to the right is looking directly north of the park, directly north into our project site. Note the extensive and mature oak tree woodland that's on the southern portion of this property that effectively provides a lot of screening from East Valley. And then the photo on the right is from the north end of Pimiento Lane, looking northeast. The left side there where the power pole is the southeast corner of the adjacent lot. And then our property is just to the right of that. The next row down, please, is on the left side is right at the back end, the east edge of Santa Angela Lane at the corner, looking due west into the property. Note again the extensive oak trees on the left side, open in the center, and then on the right there's another section of mature oak trees that run along the northern section of the property line. The picture on the right is pulled back in a little more southerly on Elmo property in the parking lot, looking through their pepper trees and beyond to East Valley and the oak tree canopy, mountains beyond. On the right, looking a little more straight up Santa Angela, showing the vacant parcel, commercial on the right. And then if you go down to the third row, please, we're coming onto the site itself. On the left side, can't see, there's something in the middle. And could you please raise the image up the screen a little bit? I have something in front of that there. Thank you. That's looking due east at the commercial structure with the oaks on the right, oaks on the left, and the open area in the center. And then if we could go to the next image, looking due south from inside the lot, just south of the oak trees, you can see Elmo on the left, oak trees on the right, and the adjacent residential property to the right with about a 10 to 12 foot high existing hedge. And then the next image would be looking from the northeast corner of the lot and south and southwest to kind of get a sense of the openness of this property. Just for your reference, those bollards that are there in the photo about 10 or 15 feet off the curb edge, that effectively is the property line, the eastern property line of this parcel. If we go down to the last image, well, this is okay. We can skip that last one. That's okay. This is more of the immediate context. The two upper left photos, again, the neighbor to the immediate east, Cox, or the commercial building, and then looking straight down Santa Angela, the same property on the left and our property on the right, with Elmo in the distance. These next two photos on the right are just different contextual images looking north on Santa Angela Lane. Fairly bucolic, lots of hedges, hard to see the houses. If you go down to the next layer of the 4 pictures, all of these homes are 1-story. They're hard to see. There's extensive vegetation, but what I saw from my walk was that they all exhibit different architectural styles, from wood-sided to ranch style to the house below, which has stone and plaster. But there's no singular style of architecture. As you scroll to the left, to those 2 final photos, that's from East Valley Road looking north to the neighbor immediately to the west, which again is heavily vegetated, hard to see. A white plaster home in the distance with a site wall of white plaster that's approximately 5 feet tall that runs the entire distance of their southern property line. If you would like to go to the next sheet, please, and pull back a little. This is our proposed site and floor plan for this essentially a square lot at the corner. It gently slopes, sorry about that. It gently slopes from the north to the south, of course, with a little lean toward the southeast. Because it fronts 2 streets, we get hit with 2 front yard setbacks, both of which are 50 feet from the center line of the roads, or effectively 30 feet from the property line, which places our southern edge of the building and eastern edge of the building in quite a bit from the streets. The western property setback is 10 feet, and the northern property line setback is 25 feet. And we've taken all those ingredients and neighborhood context into consideration, and effectively have developed a project whose concept centers around a courtyard, so that we could internalize the living spaces and provide acoustical and visual privacy from the 2 streets, especially East Valley Road, which is fairly busy. We've developed the plan, and I'll get back to the renderings in a minute to explain that, to provide for distinct separate massings of elements and provide articulation and shadow lines. So you can see the garage is separated from the great room vis-a-vis this inset kitchen, and then linked to the bedroom wing at the bottom with a large fireplace that sort of pins that corner and establishes a connection to the bedroom wing, which has a gallery that connects to the master bedroom, which effectively completes that U that forms that section of the courtyard. And then the accessory dwelling unit, which I know is maybe not under your purview at this point, completes the courtyard or the compound concept that we're after here or proposing. The street frontage on Santa Angela is a series of discrete punches for privacy on the right side, and the living room and the entire inside of the courtyard is effectively mostly glass that opens up to the pool and the courtyard to extend the living space, to provide, again, for some private enjoyment of the property. Also shown on this site plan or floor plan is at the bottom of the page, we're taking the cue from the neighbor and most of East Valley at this end of town and extending the white plaster site wall at the bottom of the page and wrapping the entire south property and east property with that same wall, which averages about 5 feet tall. It steps in plan at the lower southern section so that we can avoid the oaks and meander and miss the existing pedestrian path, which, although is on this property, we are respecting of that and going to maintain that. Now, I apologize, for some reason the layer didn't come in on this plan, but it should show up on a subsequent landscape plan. The path runs south of that proposed wall through that oak tree canopy. It sort of meanders through there, and it's nothing more than packed dirt and mulch from years of travel. But we're respecting that and leaving it intact. The another note just about the site plan and relative to the oak trees that show up here as canopies and trunks is that the owner has met on 2 different occasions at the site with 2 different arborists to assess the health of the oak trees, and they're all good. So knowing that, we worked the design out of respect to the oaks and configured the plan around them to maintain them, both there at the at the western wing where the master bedroom is, and in other parts of the property. Let's see, if we scroll back up, please, to the cover sheet, A1.1. Thank you. I could talk a bit about the proposed architecture and materiality. We're again taking the cue from what we believe is the predominant view corridor, as it were, which is East Valley Road, and some of the classic use of white plaster and warm wood materials and black steel. And that effectively is what we're using here in terms of the major building wall masses, smooth trowel white plaster. And they'll be mainly composing the separate elements, i.e. the garage, the great room, the bedroom wing. And we're proposing a second material to act as a foil or a separator between those to provide a little more distinctive separation. And that material is shown here on the chimney element and the wall of the kitchen, which is stepped back and separating the garage from the living room. We're proposing a vertically oriented board form tinted or integrally colored concrete here. And we'd like to use a color that's warm, not just standard gray. And we're kind of leaning toward this putty color that you see here, which is kind of got a sandstone feel to it. That occurs in another part of the project, which I can point out when we get to the elevations. The third material to add further warmth and texture is a 1x kiln-dried Kodiak spruce. With a T&G product, we'll put the butt joints out, no V-groove, and that will be for the overhead sectional garage door on the right. Perhaps the trash enclosure, which somehow made it into this rendering, and a few other elements which I can show you as we get around the elevations. The windows and doors, for the most part, are a narrow sash, black anodized aluminum. The only exception would be the entry door, which is a solid wood that we'd like to match the tone of the spruce with, but feel that since it's so exposed to the elements, it might need to be a painted product to achieve maintenance freedom. The landscape that you see here in this rendering is consistent with the subsequent landscape plan that Jacob's going to be presenting. But one thing to note from this rendering is that it's a view with X-ray eyes through the site wall. You can see the site wall dashed in. They're kind of running mid-height of the entry door as it steps up. So this really isn't a view anyone would see, but we took the wall out so that you could get a better view of the house. I think if we please went to sheet A41, or A22, please, right after the floor plan. Just a diagram of the roof plan showing those independent elements and their assembly or configuration around the courtyard, which lead to the next sheet, A41, please, which are the overall building elevations around showing all the assembled parts. The top elevation or the east elevation you've seen. The south elevation, again, which is from within the property without the benefit of the site wall, shows the board-formed chimney element. And if you zero in on this elevation, you'll see a subtle graphic change from the concrete, which is shown lightly shaded in gray. So that occurs also on the left side between the master bathroom wing and the bedroom wing, where those two little windows are, to give separation there. And then that other material we spoke of, the spruce, we're going to introduce in a couple discrete ways in this case at the top of the bedroom windows to add a little articulation as lintels that go all the way up to the parapet. You scroll down to the next two elevations, pretty much wrapping around the whole project. Again, the view from the north showing the accessory dwelling unit on the right. The windows are diagrammatic right now. We haven't gotten to the point of what are going to be casements or awnings, but they just give an idea of that. The north elevation at the bottom, the door into the garage would be the same spruce, and you can see beyond inside the courtyard above the glazing off the gallery wall, more of the spruce linteling above those glass panels. The next sheet is, if you pull back just a bit, please, is more about the context from the street, from Santa Angela in this case, showing the stepped white plaster site walls, averaging about 5 feet, so that we could use those minimal heights for our pool enclosure protection. And then the use of the spruce again for the slided automated gates out front in the site wall to try and integrate that with the house architecture. And then scrolling down to the street view, the walls again traveling high on the left side from the west and stepping down in plan and in section to end up at their lowest point on the right-hand side of the drawing. And then moving to the final 3 sheets, diagrammatic building and site sections, just showing the relationship of the parts and the different and varying roof heights. View into the courtyard again with that use of the concrete separating the garage from the great room, floor to ceiling sliders, really just more parts of the puzzle to try to help explain the project a bit more.
I'm gonna move you along to the landscape. Sure. I think we can, let's get into that, and
okay,
time limit to keep. So thank you for your presentation.
Yeah, Jacob Nisham should be there.
Hi, can everybody hear me?
Yes.
Okay, great. I'm Jacob, landscape architect. Our first overreaching goal for this project was to, as Brett mentioned, to integrate this residence into the existing site and to make it feel like it feels like it belongs there. And as a means for achieving this goal, we're going to use a native plant palette along with a mix of drought-tolerant Mediterranean plants. And a second overreaching goal for me is to complement the clean and uncluttered architectural canvas that Brett has just presented. And a means of achieving that is to organize the landscape layout into an orderly fashion. And to achieve that, I've separated the site into 5 different zones. And I can go into those zones briefly. Zone 1 is the street front. And the street front will consist of a various sized succulents and decorative gravel. And the motor court will relate to the street front in that it will have various sized succulents and Mediterranean plants. And that's to unify both zone 1 and zone 2. So we have a unified front at the entrance of the house. And then along the north side of the property, we have several large oak trees with large canopies. So we thought to incorporate a native garden in this area and a potential for a garden patio, a seating area. And then zone 4 is the interior garden. And this will again be drought tolerant Mediterranean plants, but maybe a little bit more on the lush side to complement this interior space and the swimming pool. And then the 5th zone is the south side of the property. There are a bunch of mature oak trees there as well. And we need to incorporate some plants to help buffer East Valley Road in this area. And then also we're going to do maybe some more flowering ornamentals, as this garden area is on display from several rooms within the residence. So if anyone has any questions for me.
Okay, yeah. So let's, is that, we get out everything you wanted to tell us, Brett and Jacob? We're good?
Yes.
Yes, thank you.
So let's go to questions by the board. Does anyone have any questions? Claire, do you have any questions on anything?
Yes, I was unclear with the landscape architect whether, because I don't see anything on the plans, and I'm assuming that zone 1 is outside of the wall where the path is going to be. No, go up, Dave, to the bottom of that sheet. I think.
I said it. Hold on.
Oh, yeah, I'm sorry. Oh, right here. Okay, good. So is this what occurs as white on the sheet? Is that zone 1 or is zone 1 inside the wall?
Zone 1 is actually on Santa Angela.
Oh, that's zone 1. So
Yeah.
you have not included in your landscape plan or your presentation anything to do with East Valley Road. Is that correct?
That's correct. Outside of the wall, that hasn't been included other than preserving that walking path for the public through that area.
Got it. Got it. No, I mean, this has been an empty lot for all of the time I've lived in 50 years that I've lived in Montecito. So it's really amazing that somebody's going to develop this lot. Okay, that was my question then. I just wanted to clarify that information before I made any comments.
All right. Any questions? John Watson, do you have any questions?
Yes, I do. Alex, are you on board here? Alex
Yep.
Tuttle?
Yep.
It appears to me that on the eastern portion of this property, there is required parking in the front yard setback. Is that permitted?
Yeah, I noticed that too. No, that wouldn't be permitted. I see there's 2 covered spaces. Brett, you'll just need to figure out a area where you can show your 1 required uncovered space outside of that front setback.
Okay,
Yes, thank you. We're aware of that. We received our letter of completeness and we'll be addressing that.
Yeah.
Okay, that's number 1. Number 2, it did not sound like you were proposing any privacy hedging along Santa Angela or East Valley Road. Is that correct?
There will be formal hedging throughout the garden area inside of the wall, the perimeter wall along East Valley Road. There will be a buffer. There will be screening.
And how does that work on the east side where you basically have that fence right at the property line? And because county roads does not permit, I think the number is 30 inches, I can't remember, a maximum height for planting in their right of way.
So your question is pertaining to the south portion of the property?
East. The red zone 1. If the wall is right on the property line and the county owns everything to the east of that, and if the county prohibits any planting higher than, I believe the number is 30 inches, I could be wrong about that. How are you proposing to put in any kind of privacy along there, or are you just going to have a wall without any real substantive landscaping along that east side?
I think at this point, the wall and the gates are going to be our screening. No real substantial hedge material.
Okay, very good. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. That's all I have.
Okay, Sam Maphis, questions?
No, I think John was touching on some of that eastern edge kind of concern that I had for planting and potential layering. So I'll make some comments after that, but I don't really have any other questions right now. Thank you.
Okay, all right. Don Sharp, questions?
Yes. Hi, Brett. How are you?
Hi, Don. Good to see you.
Ditto. It seems to me that the entry is a bit severe and needs to.
Questions, Don?
No. Have you considered, obviously you must have, pronouncing that entry a little more with some overhang and so forth?
Uh,
on the building?
Well, no, we did not consider that. I don't think for this particular house it would be appropriate. What we have done is stepped back the entry wall about 2 feet. And we're trying to present a minimal or restrained architecture here, much like the George Washington Smith House, who I really am fond of and respect on Middle Road, with that facade along the street that's fairly minimal and punched in a very compositional way at the street. So we're deliberately not wanting to attach any elements to this facade.
Okay, thank you. Also, number two, have they considered only one curb cut and driveway into the property?
The owner has requested 2 for ease of navigation of automobiles through this proposed motor court. So we feel
Okay.
that the north-south, the great north-south distance of this property, which is effectively 150 feet, allows for that.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
All right, Chip, any questions?
Can you go back to the floor plan?
Chip, can't hear you.
Couldn't hear you.
Can you go back to the floor plan? Okay, no questions. Thank you.
Okay, Dave Mendro, any questions?
Yeah, I just wanted to confirm your FAR.
Should be on the cover sheet.
Just below there, Dave.
I don't know if we got the tabulations right. I forgot.
107.
We can't see we can't read it, Brett. That's
Oh.
what.
Yeah.
107.
107, okay.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, all right.
I forgot to mention the size of the structures. Pardon me.
Okay, great. So we're going to close questions and go to public comment. Is there anybody in the audience today that would like to speak to this project at 515 Santa Angela Lane? Sharon, was there anybody?
I don't have anybody. There are no hands up and I didn't receive any letters.
Okay, all right, we'll close public comment. And we'll go back to the board for comments. We're going to start with John Watson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to separate my comments into 2 areas. One is the architectural style and composition, which I think is actually quite nice and from my point of view, easily supportable. But having said that, I think the site plan is something that I cannot vote for. It has a paved area immediately at the property line for almost the entire length. It's not the entire length, but almost the entire length of the east property line. And it has 2 driveway entrances. And that's the kind of development that we have constantly voted against as a board, and I don't see any reason to change those votes. There are portions of the architectural guidelines that specifically address minimizing the number of curb cuts. I don't see any justification for this. And when they figure out the parking with the ADU, I'm 99% sure, and Alex, you can correct me if I'm right, they will be required to have 1 uncovered parking space as part of the primary residence. Now, it might be on parcels larger than this, I can't remember. And then, of course, they're going to have at least 1 parking for the ADU. So getting that out of the setbacks, I think is going to be quite hard. And so I think this site plan needs to be restudied significantly. Also, the general plan, which we are required to consider for every development, keeps talking about low intensity, semi-rural residential character. And I have the feeling that this is more of a building that I'd expect to see downtown, where there's no landscaping, it's all walled. not something that I'd find in Montecito. The project that you referenced from George Washington Smith on Middle Road was actually one or two of the projects that caused concern enough in the county back in the 1920s to adopt a zoning ordinance to prohibit that kind of design from going on any further. So as much as I love that house, my sense of where the community wants us to go is that that's a one-off, very beautiful, but a one-off, and not to be emulated or continued. So as much as I like the architecture of the house, I think the site planning, when that finally gets resolved with the proper perimeter landscaping and minimizing the driveway, curb cuts and things of that nature, I think this house may go through some important changes. I'm not positive of that, but my comments may suggest that, and I understand the severity or the importance of that as I speak. So thank you, Mr. Chairman. That's all I have.
All right, thank you, John. Don Sharp, comments?
Yes, I echo John's concern about the two curb cuts and the lack of any substantial planting between the house and the street. I think, and I also don't appreciate particularly the curb cut facing the garage. So you drive by, all you see is the garage on the upper curb cut. And I think again, as you probably recognize, I do think the entry is too severe and needs to be announced in a more fashionable way. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Don. Sam Maphis, comments?
Yeah, thank you, Bill. I'm going to tag on to that. I really don't have concerns. I really compliment you, design team, for preserving the oaks and really kind of taking the openness of that middle section and working your composition internally into that. But as it presents itself to the east side, again, there's just a severity of a non-layering of any landscape as you've got it on the north and south. I know that county roads will allow some tree planting if it's, I think, 7 feet off of pavement. So you may need to study, that area zone 1 in your description that might allow for some trees to soften from the public and from the street side, this front elevation. And then I am kind of concerned about the amount of paving as well. So I'm going to echo either minimizing the curb cuts or curving or opening up some planting on the internal so that you can get some more substantial planting, or it's palm theme, whether it's a canopy theme, something to shadow and layer the feeling that you get looking at that east elevation. The courtyard, I get the courtyard feeling very well. I like the way you've been very sensitive to the north and south side. I think the subtlety of the East Valley Road composition can remain the way it has been historically. I'm just very concerned about the amount of exposed blankness, if you will, in that neighborhood along that east side. So those are my initial feelings. I do like the architecture, just wonder how it can be layered a little bit away from the street, more so than what we're seeing now. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Sam. Claire, comments?
Yeah, well, I'm going to tag on to all the comments that have already been made, and I'm in complete agreement with this. The house, and the parts that we can't talk about, the ADU, I have no problem with that at all. I do, going back to John's way of terming it, I have a problem with this site plan. I do agree that we only should have one curb cut. I would recommend that curb cut be in line with the front door. You don't need two cut. It's a small lot. One curb cut right in the middle of the lot, and then the owner can go in one direction or the other direction when they want to pave. This is my pet peeve, and I think you've heard me say this through the years, Brett, having a cement all the way through, and that's what John is saying, on that side of the house, we've got a big cement courtyard right there. That's unacceptable to me. And then we go back to the questions I was having about landscaping, is that we have no landscaping on your plan proposed outside of the white wall that is on East Valley Road, and you do not have, and we have no landscaping to screen the white wall on San Angelo. So for me, this site plan is unworkable to me. Without you've got to make room to plant some stuff to soften this whole thing up. That's what we do in Montecito. We don't have stark white walls with no landscaping, and that's what you're showing here. And so I think the work needs to be done on the site plan or the landscaping before you come back.
All right, thank you, Claire. Tip, comments?
Yes, I actually, I thought it's a nice design, but I have to 100% with all the previous comments. Driving down East Valley Road, one of the nice things is you see all the mature landscaping, and you don't see any of the roses, as few as possible. So this project is the opposite of that. And the house is only a 0.45 acre site. And the house like this, the design like this should be more like, maybe an acre or 2 acres behind the gate or a wall or something like that, and not facing directly to the corner of East Valley Road. And obviously, East Valley Road is also very noisy. So I'm not sure it's appropriate design for the corner, even though I like the architecture and the paving. And so at this point, I definitely don't think I can support the project the way it's going, both in terms of massing and the landscaping for this specific location. Thank you.
Thank you, Tip. Dave Mendro, comments?
Yeah, as far as the architecture goes, I think it's an elegant design. I can support this minimal kind of interpretation, and even the entry I can support. My concerns are the same as the others. The massing, the screening, and everything on the west, the north, and the south sides, I think is acceptable. It's really that east side. And I would highly encourage the applicant to study ways of having some landscape on their property to help buffer that wall and that elevation of the building. And then to really, obviously the parking needs to be resolved, and to reduce it to a single curb cut. So I'm basically repeating some of the other things that have been said, but I do really like the architecture. Thanks.
All right, thank you, Dave. Well, I too agree with the board, what's been said so far. I think as you hear, the east side is definitely an issue in terms of landscaping. I think the architecture is fine. I like the style of the architecture in the building. And I think it comes down to the siting of it, and the paving and the landscaping, and how you're treating that east side. As also Claire pointed out, the south side does have, an existing path, and maintain that path, but maybe it needs a little treatment or something to clean it up. I know I've actually walked on that dirt path myself, and it's dirt, not a lot going on there. So I would say come back for the conceptual review when you have some of these items addressed. Landscaping and the idea of two curb cuts. One is definitely favored by this board. So again, making those comments and looking at that and coming back for the concept review would be what I would recommend. So with that being said, thank you very much. We will continue on to the next item.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks. Okay, item number 2, 240 Oak Road.
I'll be stepping down for this one, Bill.
Okay, all right. Is Don Nolte or?
This is Robert Tarn. It's not Tarn, it's Robert Foley for Don Nolte's office.
Okay, thank you, Robert. And if you could
And
be
Philip
as,
Sooting from Earthform Design.
you could both be as concise and as quick and efficient as you can, I'd appreciate it.
Absolutely.
Good job. Bill.
Okay, can we start with the photographs? So this is the house that exists on the property right now. Part of the house, that middle section, we were asked to do a historical report, and we had Post Hazeltine do that. And I believe there's a copy of it in the package we submitted to you guys. It was deemed insignificant what we're doing, but we are going to preserve that two-story section in the middle. And we're going to push it, we're going to lift it and push it back away from the street because it's really close now to the street. We have some oak trees in the backyard that we can't push it back too far, so it's going to be about 20 feet. So that's the front. And you can go to, so that two-story section is going to get saved, and then the rest is going to come down. You can just keep going through the photos. So that's the backyard. It's beautiful, but like you said, we can't do too much development back there because all the oak trees. And that little thing on the top right is not on our property. Okay, so we could probably go to the cover sheet. So if you can zoom into the house. So that section, lighter section in the middle is the existing two-story part of the house. And then we're doing a one-story section on the right, and a one-story section on the left, and a new garage. There's currently two driveways that come in and out. There's one there, and there's another one there. When we'll go to our site plan, I can show you what we're proposing. It's on the next sheet. Is that the site plan, or is that still the cover sheet?
That's the second sheet this is your first sheet. This is your second.
Oh, okay. There is a more current plan than that.
Is there? Let me check over here.
Up top there, is that, look at the one on top, Dave. Is that more concurrent?
That's the one we're looking at.
No.
Well, I think we
Okay.
can,
So I think most everything else is the same. We were going to keep those two curb cuts basically in the same location, so you could go into the garage and come back out again. It's really tight to be able to turn around and get back out the same way. But
It looks like your parking's shown here, Robert.
yeah, but
There's a lot here.
we're
So
actually going to move the. I'm sorry.
Maybe I can.
Actually going to move. We're actually going to move the one that's in the middle further down the property. So you come in, and then there's going to be parking on the side, and then you can just pull right out again. Which we did submit the plans. I'm not sure why you don't have those. And anyways, let's move on. So do you understand the two-story, then one-story on either side? We can move on to the floor plan.
yeah, let's see the elevations.
Okay, so the second floor, you can see in the middle, and then the downstairs. And then the elevations on the last page.
Okay, here we go.
So they can see on the bottom, that's the existing building, and then you have the garage to the left. And it's a very similar to Santa Barbara style, Santa Barbara detailing, the colors. A lot of George Washington Smith detailing. You can look at the back and the two sides. Okay, so that's one of the sides. We're mixing gables and hips to create some interest. in the back. That's the part that faces the yard with all the beautiful oaks. So you have a little derrick. You can see there's a covered porch off the living room area. And on the right-hand side is the family and kitchen area. And on the left, this kids' bedrooms on the left. And then upstairs, you can see the master bedroom. They have a deck off their master bedroom that looks into the yard. And at this point, this is as far as we've gotten because we've been waiting for historical reports, and we just got the arborist report, which Phil could talk about. Phil Silling's here. He can discuss what we're going to do with the landscaping. And if you have any questions, I'll be here.
Yeah, Phil, do you want to give us your input?
Yeah, sure. Good afternoon, board members. I'm really here to just sort of give you a taste of the direction that we're headed in. As Robert mentioned, we do have an arborist report, and there is one oak that is proposed to be removed, and that will be mitigated with 3 24-inch box oaks. And if you look in the middle of the sheet, sort of upper portion, you can see the label that says remove 1 oak tree. Our landscape style is going to be Spanish Mediterranean to complement the architecture. We will be drought tolerant, and we will be adding some canopy trees. So we're really going to be bumping up the landscape a little bit, be colorful, have some wow factor, but still complement the architecture. That's all.
All right. Thank you, Phil and Robert. Let's go on to questions by the board. Claire, do you have any questions?
Yes, I wanted to know how old the original house was that you were required to do the report for?
Do you have the report there in front of you? You should.
No, we don't have. I don't know. It may be in the file. I don't know. I'm just the question is just kind of, how old is the house? When,
like 30 seconds, I can find out for you.
Okay.
It says 1930 on the application.
Okay, there you go.
Yeah.
Thank you.
There you go.
And then my other question, because I didn't see it in your presentation, was what's the current what's the FAR of the new proposal?
Okay. So the FARs were 11% over the guidelines. This property is located right next to the property we did a couple weeks ago, which was 19% over the guideline. And we have the same neighborhood study to show that the neighborhood is well over the guidelines.
Thank you. I got all of that. Can you answer the question? What is the proposed FAR?
111.
Oh, 111.
Okay. Oh, I cannot read these reports on the computer. Let me tell you, it drives me crazy. My eyes aren't that good. Okay, thank you. So that is the proposed FAR is 111.
Correct.
Okay.
Okay, great. All right. Thanks, Claire. Don Sharp, comment.
I have no questions. Thank you.
John Watson, question.
No questions, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Tip, questions? Tip, questions? He wasn't stepping down, was he?
He doesn't look like he's in his office.
Oh, all right.
Oh, there he is.
Tip, are you there? Tip?
No question.
No questions. Okay. Dave Mendro, question.
No questions, Bill, thanks.
And my question is really just to reiterate it. So the center portion, the 2-story element is the only piece you're keeping, and then you're building around it with single-story elements. Sound
Correct.
Okay.
And that's talked about in the historical report as well.
And the dashed line there is the drive. So the of the 2 driveways, the one that is closest to the 2-story element comes straight in, and then it just sort of stops. And then the second one, if I see that dashed line there, that's where the existing walks and paths.
Yeah, the dashed lines are the existing ones, and the hard lines are the new proposed.
Okay.
But as I said before, there is a more current design than this, that we are sliding those basically to the 2 ends of the property, so they're not close together.
Okay.
And we have a large hedge that's going to go along in front so that it will screen the house from the street.
Okay, all right, very good. Let's see, then we'll close questions and public comment. Is there anyone in the audience that'd like to speak to this project? Sharon, did you have anybody wanting to talk?
No, I don't. I don't have any letters, and I don't see any hands raised.
Okay, so we'll close public comment for 240 Oak Road. And we'll go to the board for comments. John Watson, do you have any comments on this project?
I have 2 comments, actually 3. Robert, if you could just include that FAR study, that will make your application complete. I know that you're fine, but just so the documentation is there. About the architecture, the front elevation does not seem to be the same house as the rear elevation. And
Okay.
you know, one is very George Washington Smith, minimal kind of proportions, and the back is, in my mind or my eye, a more modern interpretation of that, but excessively so. So I'm not sure how to resolve that given an existing piece that you're maintaining, but I thought you might want to consider some way of unifying those elevations. And then I do believe that the architectural guidelines ask us to minimize the number of curb cuts. I recognize that you have 2 existing, but if there's a way to come in with 1, I think that would be more consistent with our guidelines. Besides that, nice project. Thank you.
Okay.
Great, thank you, John. Tip, comments?
Yes, I definitely do agree with comments by John that I think the front, especially the 4 windows and the front door, they seem to be a little out of scale proportion to the rest of the house. So that elevation definitely needs some work. Other than that, I have no other comments. Thank you.
Thank
Chip,
you.
can I comment on that?
I'm sorry, Dave?
Was Chip talking about he thinks the front should be modified or the back?
The west, I'm talking about the west elevation, which I assume the front, am I right?
The west is the front door, and we're inheriting that from the original house.
So you leave it alone.
Yeah, the historians asked us to leave it. You know, we're going to put new doors and windows, but they're going to match the existing ones that are there.
Well, then I think,
I
yeah,
think we could tone down the back of the house.
yeah, you could also tone down the back or, modify the front to match the back, one or the other.
Okay.
All right, thank you, Tip. Claire, comments?
I think it's kind of the same as Mr. Watson, I mean, looking at the photographs of the original house, just a very stark I mean, it really is what you're trying to achieve here. But I think in the back of the house, there's just too many windows. It's just too many windows. Yeah. See, this is so beautiful. This is so, and I can see why the historian sort of wanted you to keep that. That's really beautiful. But if you look, that's what you should be looking to do on the backside, in my opinion. The front elevation, I think, is beautiful. The back has too many windows. Those are my comments. So I can't comment to landscaping. We're not seeing it.
All right, thank you, Claire. Don Sharp, comments?
Yes, I certainly think that reducing to 1 curb cut would be very important. And secondly, the arched garage doors on the existing are so pleasant, and the severe rectangles of the new garage, it would be nice to bring some of that existing back into that garage.
So,
That's all. Thank you.
All right, thank
I
you.
just have one comment about that. The historians actually asked us to do that, and we did do it. But these are plans that were submitted first, and we did update the set that has that arch doors on it. So we've already done it.
Okay,
Thank you.
well, good, even better. Dave Mendro, comments?
Yeah, I agree with the comments. I like how the west elevation and the north elevation seem unified and more simple and more respectful of the original house. And then the south and especially the east aren't unified with that. I understand your struggles because I'm sure your client wants a house for modern living. But if there's a way to bring the east and south elevations and make them more unified with the other two elevations, I think you'd have a stronger project, and I'd encourage you to look for ways to do that. And then for me, it's really important to see the landscaping and the hardscape and all the elements that will help screen this. So obviously the next round, we want a lot of information on that. Thanks.
All right, thank you, Dave. Yeah, my first thought when I saw this was the south elevation kind of looked very, very busy. It had just about every roof in there possible. And I was thinking that just simplifying that roof line would be really clean and it would tie in better with the west elevation. So I agree with the board's comments that the west is kind of maybe the template to start with. And even the west on the far right side there, even simplifying some of those roofs might even help clean up what's happening on the south as well. So, look at that. And again, too, to reflect what Dave Mendro was saying, I think landscape will be important and a curb cut. If we can get it one curb cut, that would be best. So anyway, those are the comments. We'll see you back for continued concept review. Let your planner know when you're ready for that.
Well, I have a question about that. We've been waiting for the landscape plan as well we needed to get a water letter before we can submit for a planner. So could I come back into the board and address these comments before I have a planner, or do I have to wait?
I think we're only allowed one freebie is what I understand they call it.
Yeah, one go, and then you need to get a planner. You need to submit for your planning permit.
Yeah.
Okay. All right, very well. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. All right. On to item 3.
4.
Oh, right. 3 is continued. Item 4. Thank you, Claire. Item 4, 2240 Sycamore Canyon Road, Horak addition, remodel, and new detached garage. Do we have Robert Mell on the line or somebody?
I am here.
Okay. Robert, why don't you give us your presentation?
Thank you. We'll begin by just looking at a few of the photos. In the middle, you can see the entranceway to the Horak residence, right up there. Well, that's the eastern side of the residence. We can come back to others should we need it. The front door. And then we'll go along over to the north side photo, and that's at the very bottom, second from the right on the bottom, right there. And I think we can now go to the site plan. We can come back to any of these photos as needed.
No, I lost. Sorry, hold on one second.
There it is.
Is this your site plan?
No. I will mention while we're at it, this is along Sycamore Canyon Road, directly across from Cold Springs School. There we are. That's what we needed. So you can see in this site plan what has been described as a new garage to the lower left, which would be the southwest corner, and other shaded areas on the structure, a new front entry step and entry roof, a new deck to the northeast, and expansion of the bedrooms that are to the south, going easterly on this side by about 2 feet, and on the other side of the house, another bedroom that's being expanded, about a 2 feet cantilever out there. From this, we can go right on to the elevations. The existing house, as you may have noticed in the photo, has a railing that kind of angles out and hangs over. So we eliminated that, going to a straight up and down railing. We created an entry little gable there that you see. We clad the exterior of the lower story in stone. And off to the right, you see in a shaded area how we expanded one of the bedrooms out around 2 feet. So we can move to the next elevation. This faces Sycamore Canyon Road. You can't really see the road from here. But again, we clad the lower portion with stone, changed the upper board and batten to all stucco, and replaced the windows that were there, and extended the deck over on the left. This is the rear of, well, the rear of the structure. It's the eastern face of the building. And again, we're cladding with stone there. One glitch on here is that there is stone in the lower left-hand corner of this elevation that actually isn't there. There's actually a little box above it that goes from right to left, and that is the limit because soil is piled up along there against the building. That portion of the building is kind of basement-like. Yeah, that's not there, the stone. So we can move along. This is the back of the building. It faces south, and you can see dotted in the buried basement there. And you can see on the right side, the expanded area up under the eave, adding to that master bedroom and master bath. And the same thing over on the left. We have an extension of a bedroom there. From this, we can now move to the garage.
Did you get those garage?
Is that a separate set?
It is.
Okay.
It wasn't originally in the folder, Dave, so I emailed it to you if you don't see it.
Oh, I did.
Well,
just emailed it to you.
While you're looking for that, I'll mention this elevation did have a carport on the left side that is intended to be torn off. There we go. Now you've got it. There we are. So we're trying to match the existing house and the type of roof and the style of roof and the walls and all of that. So if you were coming up the drive from Sycamore Canyon Road, you would be approaching the north elevation down there to the lower right or middle. Yeah, this is facing Sycamore Canyon Road. And then around the back, we have the south elevation, very plain there. It is just a garage. Same thing with the west, and the east elevation with a man door for access.
Okay.
And we're keeping the existing landscaping. It's pretty lush out there. There's nothing to be done at the entry on Sycamore Canyon Road. And we haven't gotten around to the colors or the exact stone that will be cladding the building yet.
Okay. Robert, is that all your presentation?
Yeah, that's pretty much it.
Okay, thank you. Let's go to the board for questions. John Watson, any questions?
No questions, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
John Sharp, questions?
No questions. Thank you.
Claire, questions?
No questions.
All right, Sam, are you back?
questions?
I am back. Can you hear me? No questions for me.
Okay, Tip, questions?
No question. Thank you, Bill.
And Dave Mendro, questions?
No questions, Bill, thanks.
I have just one question. I don't know, had the owner and you thought about the idea of keeping the board and bat in lieu of changing to plaster on the exterior?
Oh, thank you for asking that question.
I heard the last part of your question.
Oh,
Instead of
okay.
changing it to plaster, did you say keep the board and batten?
I was
Yeah.
asking if you had considered that, if there was a reason why you were changing into plaster.
We did consider it, and there is some stone at the back of the building, and we decided to add a bit more stone on the lower portion of the main house and a very low element of stone on the garage. And once we had done that, I probably shouldn't say it, but it reminded us of a Swiss chalet. And so then we thought, well, it could be quite nice with stucco on the upper level. It looked, of course, it looks ranch, and to us at that point, it was looking too ranch.
All right, thank you. All right, so we'll close questions by the board and go to public comment. Sharon, did we have anybody to speak against this or for this project? Okay.
No, thanks.
All right, we'll close public comment and go on to the board for comments. John Watson, do you have any thoughts, comments on this project?
Well, I am intrigued by the thought of the board and bat remaining. I think it's pretty nice. Now, I do understand the implications on maintenance very well, and I do believe it's the applicant's choice, but I would like to ask them to reconsider that. That's number one. Number two, in the FAR study, or worksheet, it says 0.67. But part of that is accounted for with a partially underground basement. While it's very hard for me to tell exactly how that calculation works, I strongly suspect that the amount of wall surface that you have that's exposed to the outside prohibits you from using that particular portion of the FAR worksheet. I don't think it's going to make any real difference, but I think we should correctly account for what's happening here. I'm sure you're going to be well under any FAR. So, and the last comment is, I think that this is a simple enough project that it could either come back to the full board for preliminary final, or even perhaps to move it onto the consent calendar. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
All right, thank you, John. Sam Maphis, comments?
I don't have any concern. I think the additions and the architecture is in keeping with the original structure, and the expansion doesn't change the character in any noticeable way. So I would agree with John. This could move forward in the process quite quickly if we're all in agreement.
Okay, thank you, Sam. Don Sharp, comments?
Thank you. I lived very close to this house for 30 years, and I've never seen it. So it makes a little difference here. My only concern is that cantilevered second floor bedroom, I believe, how you detail the cantilevers, sort of important to that elevation. Other than that, I think the garage, the way he has the two gables, takes the bite out of that, and I think it's a good project.
All right, thank you, Don. Claire, comments?
It's interesting. What's interesting to me is that we've got three board members who actually do drive by this house probably almost every day. And I agree with Mr. Sharp. We never see it, so that speaks to the fact that is the way where this house is, and it certainly doesn't impose on anyone. But for me, there's a number of houses along that stretch of Sycamore Canyon which are kind of, I guess, ranch style. That's what we said. We've looked at some over the years, or at least I have, and many of them are board and bat. And for me, I think the board and bat really adds a lot to the structure. And if now we're going to have stone at the bottom and just concrete or cement or plaster on the second story, I would still rather go back to the board and bat. But it doesn't affect whether I would vote for the project. It would be something that I would prefer to see. So, and as far as moving this project forward, I don't think it's time to move this forward. We don't have any landscape plan. We haven't seen anything at all so far in this presentation. So I do not, I think that it needs to come back for further conceptual or preliminary if we're okay with the size, bulk, and scale. Yeah.
Okay, thank you, Claire. Tip, comments?
Yes, yeah, I do agree with all the comments, and I definitely like the board and bat as a finish, be a better my preference choice. But either way, I can support the project. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Dave Mendro, comments?
I'm gonna say the same. I like the garage, but I think the board and bat's more appropriate for the style of the architecture and the flat pitch and other things that are going on. So I would encourage the applicant to study that, but it won't. I'll go for it either way.
Okay, thank you. Sam, did I get your comments?
Yeah, that was pretty simple and out.
Oh, yeah, I did. Okay. All right. I agree with the board's comments. I like the simplification of the railing. And I too am leaning toward the board and bat. Again, it wouldn't make or break it, but I think it'll be a lot nicer looking to have that board and bat maintained on the upper level and keep the stone on the bottom as you show. So because I guess there is a garage and there will affect the landscape around it, I guess we're to assume that you'll be coming back with a landscape plan. And if that's the case, then do we give it preliminary and back to the full board for preliminary and final next time they come in, or next time they come in, we give them, I guess we give them concept review approval today, and they come back for final, preliminary and final next full board meeting.
Could I make a clarification?
Sure.
If we went to the site plan for a second, I can show you. The rear southwest corner of the garage intrudes through a retaining wall that is existing.
Mm-hmm.
Where the garage is shown now is all paved because there was a carport attached previously to the house. It's still there today. The intention was to remove the open air carport and build a garage in its place, not actually in its place, but instead of. So there's only a tiny corner of the back of that garage that intrudes through the existing retaining wall. The rest, as I say, is concrete.
Mm-hmm. So you're going to maintain the concrete behind the new garage?
Correct.
Back in there, so it'll just stay as paving.
We produced a little storage area in the garage there with a sliding door on it that you can see. So that's their access to that.
Yeah, well, that's fine. Yeah.
Yeah. So really there would be no proposed landscape on this.
That is correct.
Okay. I know, but our guidelines actually require that at least we have an idea of the existing planting on the property. We don't have that in front of us, so that's why it's a missing for me to be able to discuss it without seeing at least a site plan with the existing landscaping on it,
Is this something, Claire, that you would feel comfortable with looking at on consent, or would you prefer to have it back to the full board for review?
No, for me, my recommendation would be to move this project forward to preliminary final on full board.
Okay.
No.
Okay.
Rather, yeah, I mean, I think it's ready to go to preliminary and, you know, and then we would pick up the landscaping when we seeing them come back, that's all.
Yeah, so if Robert, you had identified maybe existing planting in that corner and came back to us with that.
Yeah, but I want to see where all the trees are on the property. I want to see what's going on in the property.
Yeah.
That's what we require of everybody else. Why not on this corner? No, I want to see what exists on the property.
All right, yeah, so if you can furnish that to us, Robert, then, you know, come back and at that point, we could give you final, potentially.
We can do that.
Yeah, okay, very good. All right, well, thank you. We're gonna move on to
Thank you.
next
Good seeing
item.
you, Sam.
Good seeing you, Robert.
Item 5. This is 1355 Oak Creek Canyon Road. And
Bill,
yes,
okay, just real quick, can you go back to the last item real quick? So that item, we had to come back to for the board for both preliminary and final.
for the full board, yes.
Yeah, okay, so we didn't grant any approval today.
No.
Okay, perfect, thank you.
Okay, item 5, 1355 Oak Creek Canyon Road. Is the applicant online? I think it's
Hi.
Chris or Brian.
Hello, hello. Sorry, I was been doing this long enough. Still can't figure out how to unmute.
Okay.
Slightly embarrassing. Yeah, I'm ready to introduce if it's the appropriate time.
Okay, yeah, go for it, Brian.
All right, guys. Well, thank you. We are here at 1355 Oak Creek Canyon. Your board has seen projects on this lot before. Most recently, the Berg project, and I think the last time you saw it was 2015, 16. The point being, there had been several previous attempts to develop this lot. I think the last time, like I say, was 2016. That project did receive your board's approval and planning commission. As you know, it's a development plan, so our project will need to be heard in front of planning commission. So we're only here for conceptual feedback today.
So just for the record, it's Brian Banks with Siemens.
Correct. Correct. And we also have Britt Jewett, architect, and Amy Blakemore, landscape architect.
All right. Thank you, Brian. Go ahead.
And just by way of background, I think you'll see, Britt will take you through the plans. A very modest project. We're at about 31% of the recommended FAR. Grading, we spent quite a bit of time on the grading, all in. After accounting for grubbing and shrinkage and that sort of thing, we're going to be darn near close to balanced. And so compared to the previous project that was approved, which is about 12,000 square feet all in, when you include the 4,500 square feet of basement, we're going to come in at about 4,000 square feet all in, including accessory structures and basement. So fairly modest in that regard. We do have 2 comment letters from neighbors that you'll get into at the appropriate time. And I think that's it. I'll turn it over to Brett.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead, Brett.
Hi. Yeah, so this project is a vacant lot, as you can see. The proposal is actually an extension and meant to complement the property to the east. It consists of 5 single-story structures. As Brian said, it's only 4,084 square feet in total, or 31% of the FAR. And when we create the pad for the structures and the cut and fill balance, and that's a 20 cubic yard of export. This proposal is a balance of academic and sort of intuitive design approaches. If you go to the cover sheet of the architectural set. So the diagram there, shows the application of proportional analysis that guided the design of both the structures and the site. The design is inspired in part by the Alhambra, and in doing that research, we came up with some guiding principles. One was that a proportionally constructed ground plan implies a corresponding proportional harmony in the elevation of buildings. The spaces created between the buildings and structures are equally important as the building interiors. And we wanted to focus on the sequence of experiences as principal to our design decisions. So you go on to the next page. This shows you the footprints of the 5 buildings. And again, it's very modest in scale. So we'll go to the site plan now. So in developing the site plan, it's generated by the arrival at the top left corner. That's the entry gate. We have a 15% ramp that goes down, and we load a fire department turnaround template there. So as you arrive, you come between 2 structures, a detached garage and a guest house. And the view to the south is to the ocean then. The project is as I said, linking these buildings and the spaces around them. So as you move from the guest house, which is the second building from the right, there's a courtyard that you're highlighting right there. It's accessed from the top, which is north. And the 2 buildings are sort of sister buildings, and they are symmetrical about the center of that courtyard. It's further reinforced by the runnel and the fountain down the middle. Another access is through the loggia on the south of the guest house. Up a little bit more, there you go. Okay, so then in order to get to the main house, which is a very private portion of the site, there's an arbor that exists to the north of there. So we go into that and we get this sort of compression and limited sight lines, and then you pop into this courtyard. There you go. And the orientation or the layout of that house is based on a principally a north-south axis. So at the north, there is a topiary room. It's a center-focused radial room. And then that axis goes through the front door, which was the elevation that we saw the proportional analysis on the cover page, through 2 rooms. And then there's a pool that has sort of a reflecting pool quality, and the sight line goes out to the horizon on that. Okay, I think basically that defines a building pad elevation, which is at 618. We took the fill from that and dropped it below at there's an open area at the very bottom of the site, which is around 609. And that's another terraced area where we have a landscape component that's very naturalistic, because so much of the site is in outside of the building envelope and can't be developed. This is really a project wherein the areas between the buildings receive the landscape and improvements, and then the rest is very native in character. Go on to the next page. All right, so this is the main house, and the center there is the room proportional study. And basically what we did was we took the square, and then you have a rectangle called the square root of 2 rectangle, which is and a double square. Those map the footprints of all the rooms, and then correspondingly we worked through to develop the ceiling heights, so that this is a very mathematically inspired space. Below you see the precedents that we used to develop the fenestrations. They show multi-point arches and how to construct those. And then the one on the right is an arcade made of those arches that we used to develop the facade on the south-facing loggia. So we can go to the next one. Okay, so this is the main house showing the development of the exteriors based on those proportion principles. What's interesting is that none of these are really going to be seen as a true elevation, because you can't get far enough away to read them. They're more about the experience of moving through them and the volumes of the spaces and the character of the courtyards between them. Go to the next one. Okay, so this just unwraps the buildings that we just saw in plan. This is it's called a tea room. It's really a passive use covered unconditioned space with a detached bath that would be associated with it. The space between the detached bath and the meditation of that pure square planned room is the sort of secret passageway that goes into the main house. You can see we're clearly under all of the height limits here. These buildings tend to want to be more closely associated with the aesthetics of the main house and an extension of just this sort of Santa Barbara character of Mediterranean architecture. Go to the next one. So this is the guest house. It has a covered loggia to the south and an attached garage. And it's the hinge between the arrival court, which is principally a public, and then the first courtyard, which starts to set up the sequence of moving into the more private side of the lot. Next. This is the garage, and you can see that the compositions, again, pick up a lot of familiar details from the Spanish style. And here in Santa Barbara and in Montecito, there's a guardrail that we are using precedents that we find on the Riviera. It's a stone guardrail with plaster below. It'll show up in some site sections later. I'll go next. Again, way under the height limits. These are literally studies off my desk. They're very preliminary, but what we did was we developed planting pockets on 30-foot centers along the ramp to diminish the dominance of that diagonal line. There's layered landscaping starting at the street level with a hedge, the planting pockets where we have trees designated, and then 3-foot planters on either side of the drive aisle as you go down, so that this thing really greens up and disguises the 17-foot drop from the road to our building elevation pad. Go to the next. These are further sort of site studies that show how we step from the road down to the main house. You also see a site section that shows the guest house garage looking toward the property to the east and the connection to that property. And then the final site section at the bottom is what it looks like from the south of the property, looking up, seeing the guest or the garage on the right, the Riviera railing, we're calling it, that is a part of our guardrail system on the ramps, and where we have significant drop-offs from the main building pad. There's the guest house with its south-facing loggia, the courtyard between the sister building, which is the
Guest house of an attached.
Yeah, and then there's the main house there. So there are 5 separate structures.
Used here as the numbers of the square footage.
Okay, go to the next one. This is our digital site plan that we use to establish the grading quantities and all the floor area takeoffs. You can see the plantings on either side of the ramp that goes down, the tree wells, the establishment of the site walls and terracing. And in no situation, and there does not exist site walls higher than 7 feet anywhere. We were very conscious about making sure that we were able to develop an exposure wall that can be disguised by planting the cascades from above and the shrubs below, so that it really greens out and diminishes the perceived heights of things. These are just digital plans that relate to the presentation drawings that I showed you. Again, well below height limits and FAR limits for the property.
We'll move on to your landscape.
As far as the landscape plan is concerned, Britt mentioned that the majority or quite a bit of the property is outside of the development envelope. We do want to feather in the new landscaping that'll be around the structures with native planting that'll exist underneath the existing oaks that are on site. The planting around the structures will be a little bit more refined, and we'll have some kind of larger scale trees, obviously flanking that new entry drive. If you could go to the next sheet, it kind of has a blow up of the area around the structures with some imagery for what the owner's vision of what would exist on the property. We're really taking off from that Moorish Alhambra architecture into the landscape as well, with some of the elements of alleys down the entry drive and really having that open expansive view over the lawn area. We're going to do some no-mow lawn to try to be a little bit more sensitive to the water use there. They do have 2 on-site wells that we can use for irrigation water, and that is the plan to service all of the water features as well as the irrigation water. As you can see for that lowest site wall that is on the south side of the lowest path, we are showing a line of hedging with planting down on the lower side of that as well for erosion control, and also to try to get a nice green swath across that site wall so it's not visible from the south side of the property. And then we've also got vines on the north side of that path on the upper wall to green that up as well, just trying to make sure all of this is pulled down into the landscaping. We're formatting everything around the structures on the east side of the property, being a little bit more formal, and then transitioning to kind of a softer, more organic section in the center, then transitioning to, again, the native section at the west side. There's some linking of water features as you go through that water feature at the central space between the structures that goes down to the grotto space that then would transition into an organic water feature down below. And that also kind of connects into the look over the pool. So you have kind of this idea that the water is pulling you through the site. I think that is basically everything. We do have some connections. Again, if you'll notice on the east side, we've got a connection to the property along the east, both at kind of the northern section and again, sort of at the central area, just above where the no-mow lawn is. So those connections will be made to the property to the east.
Okay, well, thank you. Does that complete your presentation?
Yes.
Okay, very good. Let's go to questions of the board. Don Sharp, do you have any questions?
I have no questions. Thank you.
Questions. Okay. John Watson, questions?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. Dave, can you zoom in on that entry driveway, please? And in particular, the area just below that, there's a long linear something.
Oh, that's, there is an existing
garden walk. Can you talk about the garden walk, please?
Part of the, it's a function of what we'll need to do to provide maintenance to the existing well. So we need to provide access there for servicing. I think they come out once, twice a year to service the well. So we'll need to have some sort of drivable access path there. But what we'd like to do is just really green it up on both sides so that it appears to just be a very generous garden walk through that will occasionally have to provide service to a vehicle.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. That's all.
Okay, thank you. Claire, do you have any questions?
Yes, I do. And I actually think that maybe Brian Banks can actually answer these questions, because on the agenda, it says that the single family dwelling is 1,906 square feet. Is that correct?
Let me get out my FAR.
Yeah, well, I mean, it just seems like that's really a small number.
It is. It's a small house. Yeah, it's 1906.
So it's accurate. It really is a small house then.
It's a 1-bedroom house.
It's a 1-bedroom house. Okay, fine. Then I'm okay with that. Then also going on, it's got a detached garage of approximately 780. Then we've got a guest house that's got an attached garage with 760. I'm not quite sure. Is that 2 different numbers for 2 different garages, or what's going on with that?
Dave has zoomed in on the plan there for you, Claire, so you can see.
Okay, so there's a garage here.
Correct.
And then there's a guest house with another garage?
Correct. So we've got the detached garage is 795, and then we've got the guest house to the left there, Bill, with an attached garage. All in, we're at 780 there.
Clear. Okay, my questions were directed to the numbers on the agenda. That's why I was asking those things. Because it just didn't make sense to me. It certainly doesn't make sense to me to have this kind of a small building on those lots. We've never seen one like this.
We were hoping you would have those questions. Yes.
Yeah, that's why I'm kind of going. I mean, this is amazing up there. I mean,
that's what we were hoping. Yes.
Yeah. So that's my only questions, was kind of trying to verify, what the project was really all about in square footage. And other than that, that's my only question at this point.
Thank you, Claire. Sam, any questions?
Sure, I'll just kind of play off of questions about the site plan again. I think you described that garden walk. I'm just curious. I think I heard you, Brett, say that your walls are no more than 7 feet. Can you confirm that garden wall back kind of on the upper side? Is that one of the tall walls?
The tallest walls are at the south of the property.
So those walls down below that Amy talked about screening, those two terraces down there, some of your taller walls, and then you've got terraces throughout. But you had made a comment about the sizes being in the smaller range. It looks like, in your sections, there's some taller walls.
Go to the red sections, you can see. Yeah, up one.
Okay.
So now the garden walk is really an access path to the well. We can't change the elevations of the wellhead there, so that sets up that elevation. So basically, on the bottom site section is at the level of the buildings. The top site section is through that garden path.
So that garden path looks like it goes up and then goes back down. Is that correct?
It does, because we had to catch back up to the existing elevation of the wellhead and infrastructure there. So we came down enough to establish a flat pad that you had to go down enough to get the width southwise, right?
Okay.
It would be too narrow. But
I just think your wall heights that you're playing with, they have planting either in the foreground or above, and you're going to be landscaping them so that they terrace and tie in a little bit. I guess that's the question. The other question about the water elements, I'm just looking at the water in the center. Some of it looks to be recirculating and active. Is it all actively expressed, or is this some passive drainage course through the middle of the project?
He's trying to get to the blue. Yeah.
Is it all active and recirculating, the water that's kind of shown besides the swimming pool?
I think we
or is it
have two systems. I think the section where the water feature is at the central area between the structures. Yeah, I think that would be one system, and then I think we'd have another system down for the more organic water feature down below. And I'm picturing that as more of a still feature, that it's just a sort of a lake.
Right, because we do have about a 10-foot offset in grade from the upper level, which is all a hardscape feature, and the lower, which is a more of a natural edged element.
So those are just self-contained water features of fountain-like expression. They're not courses through the middle.
That's correct.
Okay, those are all my questions. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Sam. Dave Mindro, questions?
Are the railings shown in the drives, are those for safety? These?
Yes.
That's my question. Thanks.
Okay. Tip, questions?
I have no questions. Thank you.
No questions. Okay.
Mr. Chair, I just real quick before you start your deliberations, at some point it might be good too to go back to the photos because we whipped through those real quick showing the existing condition. You don't have to do it now, but I think that'll give a little better understanding of kind of how they laid out the site, kind of working with the existing topography. It's one of these lots in Oak Creek Canyon that's well to the west just as you enter. So it's not kind of like where we get way to the east where we've got really steep slopes and stuff to deal with. It's a pretty gradual slope. So it might help just for context to whip through those again before you get to comments. Thank you.
And I have just a question myself. Was this an ag property? Is that why the road, it looks like there's sort of an ag access road that's sort of cut back and forth across the property there? Is that, what was the reason for the history of that pathway leading? Was that the original road up to it or something?
It's old. I can't tell you. It's original to the subdivision back in the day in the 90s.
I mean, it looks like it's some kind of ag access for avocado.
Yeah, not that I know of.
Something like that. Okay.
Oh,
Right.
no. I think I can answer it because I was around when this project started way back when, and there was a lot of movement in the very beginning, trying to figure out how to get the main road through the property. And I think what you're seeing is kind of something that happened way in the past that just kind of, was part of trying to lay out these lots, which was very difficult in the beginning. So I think that, I just think that's a leftover scar.
One other question, Britt or Brian or whoever, the well access, is there any other way to get to that well from another path, another source?
Once we establish the main driveway down, then that's the only way to then go to the well. So the answer is no. We looked at that. There's not a back door.
And if you look at the photos, you'll see from the, from viewing to the east, you'll see, kind of the topography there and how that all lays out. And there you go.
It might be
to be honest,
it might be important to note too that there's an additional well that along that same plane at that same elevation farther to the west as well. So that access road is actually going to service both of those wells. There's not just one.
And when the access path also tends to give us a break on the wall heights. So that access path helps us with the height of the retaining walls.
Right. Okay.
Another question, the height limits up there in Oak Creek, is it ridgeline rural?
Yeah, Sam, it's 16 feet or 19 with the 4 and 12.
And so do you have some sections that show that 16 and 19 through your structures? Are you?
There you go.
All of my building elevations accurately show the height limit.
You're way below that because of the way you're digging in and structure pressing into grade. Okay, that was a question.
Yeah. Okay, great. Thank you. We'll close questions and we'll go to public comment. Did we have letters on this?
Yeah, 2 of them.
We had 2 letters. Okay. Let me see here. We've got Avery comment letter here. I own the, let's see, Oak Creek, 1355 Oak Creek Canyon. I own the property directly downhill from the slot. 1355 Oak Creek Canyon project. I greatly appreciate the reduced bulk and scale of this new project as well as a tasteful design. That said, my property will be directly impacted whatever is built up there, owing to the extreme verticality of the lot. Therefore, I'm requesting that story poles be erected prior to approval. This will be the 3rd project for the site to come before MBAR, and I want to say that I appreciate the committee's work and members' sensitivity to the needs for strategic planting and other mitigation for my situation. In the years since the approval of the Berg project, much has happened
Most painfully, the fire wiped out many of the oaks and other trees that I planned to create a buffer, so my house is much more exposed now. Truly yours, Margaret Avery. That's that letter. And then the Jane letter that Vinnie Jane, unable to attend the meeting, would like to submit a comment in support of the slots development plans. I'm the neighbor to the slots owning and residing at the house, which is across Oak Creek Canyon from lot 2, which the slots intend to develop. My spouse, Anna, and I are strongly supportive of Kenny and Elizabeth's development plan. The slots are incredibly conscientious neighbors, and from what I have seen, incredibly skilled and tasteful developers. Their work to date on lot 2 has been impeccable, which echoes our experience with the slots as neighbors for the past 9 years. We're thankful they bought lot 2. Thank you for your consideration. Vinnie Jane, 1372 Oak Creek Canyon Road. Okay, so we've got one in support. Is there anyone online that wants to speak to this project? Is there any hands
No
raised?
hands, but thank you for saying that, Bill. I appreciate it.
No hands raised. Okay, very
Great.
good. All right, we're going to close public comment. We're going to go on to the board's comments here. We're going to start. How about Sam Maphis? Give us your comments on this.
Okay, yeah, thank you. No, in general, this is quite interesting and quite dramatic, planning. And I love the background of how you arrived at some of the layout. It's a steep site, but you've kind of done it in the terracing to kind of build it into the slope. I like the broken and open areas between the buildings and the more minimal aspects of the structure sizes. The landscaping is very broad and looks aggressive to kind of counteract the development. I'd like to see the development and have it adapt itself into the kind of the side or the native side to the west, that is, a little bit with the same kinds of plantings, and I think you're doing that. I would just caution that the walls do get screened, so we're not looking at a real stair-stepping hillside development with too much exposed vertical structures to the community. And the colors, I think, are going to be important of the structures on how they blend in. But overall, I think the site plan and the architecture is very handsome.
All right, thank you, Sam. Don Sharp, comments?
Well, I couldn't say more than Sam. It's an amazing project, and I think it's good for the site. It's good for the neighbors. I appreciate the fact that it's smaller than the other previous project, and I have no further comments.
All right, thank you, Don. John Watson, comments?
Obviously, this is a very nice project. I would like to address the story pole issue. We never do that for single-story dwellings, or rarely. But I do believe it would be best for us to have documentation that shows a site section through the person's house that is concerned about this, showing the landscaping and the buildings and things like that. Just making sure those site sections extend down. I believe it was a woman that sent it.
Yeah.
And so that we can absolutely make sure that her view is not negatively impacted, or I think we can do story polls. So, but I think we should address that letter, and I'd like to hear what other members of the board say, but obviously a very nice project. That's all, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, John. Claire, comments?
I think it's an extraordinary project, and all of Oak Creek should be really proud of what this particular owner has done with this particular lot. And the only thing for me when they come back is I would like to see similar to what I'd like to see a drawing that just has the height of all the walls on it. So kind of because there's multiple walls going down. There's walls here, there, and everywhere. And there was a comment that, well, they're kind of, we think most of them will be X in height, but I can't see that from the drawings. You know, I mean, because we'll say this drawing here that Mr. Mendro has been put up, there seems to be a very high wall on this drawing, like the white with something green on the top or pink on the top. So I really would like to have something that shows me, not in a drawing like this, but an actual art drawing that shows me the height of all the walls when they come back.
There are some site sections in there too. So.
Yeah, and site sections. So I can understand where these walls are. I mean, yeah, well, here they are. You know, so there's one here, one here, one. I mean, there's a lot of walls, you know, so I would like to understand how tall each of those walls are and where they are on site.
Okay.
And it's just missing for me. The project I think is completely fabulous, but that's a little thing for me. It's all these walls.
All right. Thank you, Claire. Tip, comments?
Yes, I definitely do like what I have seen as presented today, but I also feel that it's a very complicated project, and I'm sure the applicant has spent considerable amount of time working a lot of things out. So ideally, if the applicant could come back next time with some maybe three-dimensional, looking at the site, especially the site issues, that would be very helpful for me to understand the project a little better. But other than that, I really like what I see. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Tip. Dave Mendro, comments?
Yeah, first of all, I'm going to agree with both Claire and Tip that coming back, I would like to see more information on the height of the walls and how the site's being dealt with. I think the architecture is beautiful, and especially normally I would be very hesitant to support a project like this on a sloped site where we're creating a lot of formal flat building areas. But because the size of the structures are so restrained, and because of the thought that's been put into it, it appears to me that it's going in the right direction, but it's a little bit hard to tell for sure. So I would ask the site sections, wall heights, three-dimensional studies, just to help us understand more how it's integrating in with that hillside. But again, I like the thinking behind it and everything, but it's a little bit hard at this point to know for sure. But if you can come back with that information justifying the design, then I think I can support it. Thanks.
All right. Thank you, Dave. I agree with the board members. I think the architecture is beautiful. You did a wonderful job, Britt. Looks great. I think the challenges are the site, in terms of the stepping of the property there. And my original thought was that the garden walk, if you could eliminate that, it'd be maybe even a little softer and gentler with a little bit of a slope there. But it sounds like that's kind of a necessary element. And I know you're trying to work with what you've got to work with. And, so that makes it a challenge. The things I see that seem to be most challenging are the driveway getting in, the garden walk, and then the lawn area down below. Those are the areas where your site walls really tend to take off. The house and the tea room and the guest house and the garage all are beautiful, and the arrangement are great, and it's kind of a neat concept the way you proceed through it. And I love the presentation of how you came to that as well. So that's all well done. I think that maybe just a little further information on the site and the grading there around the lawn and the upper portion would be helpful for everybody to see. I know the 3D could be a challenging element to create. So whatever you feel is going to help us see it better, we'll take it.
So anyway, with that, yeah, Claire, did you say something?
I was good. I was waiting for you to finish.
I'm done. Go ahead.
Okay. So the other thing is that we have a request by this neighbor. Could we go back to the original in the applicant? There was a overhead of where this lot is. I'd like to know if anybody knows which neighbor it is.
Yeah, so let's see what her address is.
Directly to the south.
Well, that's what she's saying, directly to the, yeah. So directly south, we would think that maybe this is the gray.
That's the one right there.
That's her right there.
Yeah,
Okay.
Not to get too involved, but it's a pretty significant structure that's got a flat roof with a ton of mechanical elements exposed on the roof. So it would be our client's preference to screen that out as well. So I think, I don't know.
Really? Yeah,
an issue with
I understand. Because the question for me was whether, before we make a request for story poles, as to whether she actually can see as far down as she is, whether she's ever going to see this project. Do you guys?
Right, yeah. Yeah, I mean, she's directly downhill
Well,
from the project.
I think we'll try to reach out and see if we can get that section, because that's probably going to be more informative than the poll.
Okay,
If we
okay,
can't get the
great.
section, then we'll figure out what to do when we come back.
Maybe the
Okay,
last of your
perfect,
pictures on here,
perfect.
Brian? Is the last of your pictures, does it show the kind of the view from Lower Montecito looking up at the site?
Yeah, it's not zoomed in, it's natural side. There you go. Yeah. And that's looking from East Mountain, kind of northwest over the site.
So hers is the single story ranch style in front there of the arrow?
It's to the left.
No, I think it's to the left of that.
Yeah, she would be to the left. Yeah, kind of where my arrow is, see that larger tree? Yeah, a little bit. Yeah. So she would be over there.
All right.
She owns those eucalyptus trees that are kind of popping.
Yeah, I just really, I don't like to, I mean, obviously, we don't need to do story polls if there's no, but she did make a request, so that's.
Yeah,
all right.
we'll see if we can get a section, and if not, then we'll come back with more info on that on the story poll side.
Mr. Chairman,
Yeah.
Chairman, I'm not so sure that one section will do it. I would like them to make sure that they've got everything fully disclosed before they come back. So they only come to see us one more time before they go off to the planning commission. But I want to know this, and I think other members do too. So
Yeah.
Brian and Britt, it may be 2 sections, it may be 4 sections, whatever it is, please be complete in your work so we can get you moving forward. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
It's easy to
One
do.
more question. When you look at the Google Earth kind of picture that depicted the openness, when you get close to that west side, there looks like there's substantial oak trees that you're pressing up against with the main house. Does this proposal remove any trees? Or are you kind of fitting this into the existing conditions? I don't know if that question got ever asked.
We're not removing any trees.
So all those trees that are in that massing on that side are part of what your walls configure around.
We
Yeah,
haven't removed any trees.
There is one tree that died, and we're losing one on the west side of the property too. But the one that's sort of by itself there to the right has passed away. That was a couple months ago. We were trying to design around it, and it didn't make it.
All right.
Drought is thinning the herd.
Yeah, thank you. I think
We'll
the
provide
storm
some more
poles are an
photos
issue.
down there too, so you can see, at that southerly property line, kind of what the condition is.
Yeah,
Yeah,
maybe.
that'll help to know what that neighbor is actually seeing now and what they'll see in the future.
Yeah, sure, we'll do that.
All right. Well, thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Back for further concept, and we'll see you when you can.
Thank you.
Okay, thanks. Okay, let's move on to item 6. 848 Rock Bridge Road.
Bill, this is Willow. Do you mind if I jump in and preface this one?
No, please go right ahead.
So yeah, the project at 848 Rockbridge Road, you've already seen, and the board has already approved. But then the gate was built to 8 inches higher than was approved, so it's 6 feet 8 inches. And the reason it's coming back is it needs a conditional use permit since it's in the front setback. And so we just wanted to get the board's comments to incorporate before taking it to the MPC.
But is just for the gate and the height being 8 inches taller than it was originally permitted for.
So it's existing right now. This photo is what's at the site right now.
All right.
Willow, is it the gate or the posts that are in non-compliance?
So the posts comply. The gate is 6 feet. The panels are 6 feet 8 inches, and so those are what goes above the 6 feet requirement.
Very good. Thank you.
Okay. So I'm assuming there's nothing to present here, so we're just going to go to comments or public comment first, and then, well, any questions, any other questions that the board have of anyone? Okay, well, let's go on to public comment. Is there any public comment for this?
We're the neighbor to the north, 850 Rock Ridge. We just didn't understand what this was about. If it's just the 8 inches, it's no problem.
Okay, it sounds like that's what it is. So
Yep.
Thank you.
Question, is the gate looks to be further back than an existing building if you look at the site plan. So is it in the setback, the front setback? If it's farther back than the setback, can't they be larger? And how much higher is the gate than the road?
It is in the setback, Sam, it looks like.
Oh, it's in the side yard or the backyard. I see it.
Yeah.
Okay.
No.
It's right next to another building and it's further behind it. That's why I was curious.
Yeah, it's pulled off the road, the required distance for fire, but it looks like it's in the setback still just because of the angle of the driveway.
Oh, got it. There's
The front yard setback, yeah.
Yeah, it'd be hard to get out of that. Yeah. So,
Excuse me,
okay.
can I ask who's speaking?
Say that again, Sharon?
Those are board members, I think, Sharon.
No, wasn't it?
We had a neighbor.
Yeah, who was that?
Oh, yeah.
Dennison Bolay and Tammy.
Thank you.
Is there anyone else in the public that would like to speak to this item? You don't see any, Sharon?
I do not, and I haven't gotten anything.
Okay, all right, seeing none, we're going to close public comment and we'll go to the board for their comments. John Watson, comment.
I'm fine with this, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. Is anybody else not okay with this? Seeing no one, I would say that we're okay with the extra 8 inches in height on the gate. And we would give it our approval at MBAR.
Thank you.
Good enough for you, Willow?
Yeah, that's great. Thank you.
Okay, all right. So we're gonna close.
How am I done?
Do we make a motion on that?
The minutes that you guys
Do we make a motion on that? I mean,
be here for conceptual.
I know. She said it had to go to planning.
No motion. It has to go to the MPC. So we just want comments from the BAR to take.
Okay, all right. Comments only. Very good. We'll go on to the next. Positive comments. All right, item 7, and Dave is going to turn his mute on.
And so am I, Mr. Chairman. I have a conflict due to proximity to the project.
Okay, all right. This is 955 La Paz Road. It's Androlitis Mixon, Westmont College. Are you guys online? Can you speak? Applicant, can you give us your presentation? Introduce yourselves first.
Yes, this is Joe Androlitis with Androlitis Mixon Architects.
All right. Hi, Joe. Go ahead and give us your presentation if you would.
So let's go to the civil C2 page. So that's good for now, just to get an idea. So this is a proposed warehouse of a prefabricated steel structure that was part of the approved addition to a master plan for the Westmont campus. The project site is located near the existing facilities building area. So next sheet. To the north of that parking lot are existing facilities building, and then this new warehouse is to the south of the existing parking lot. If you can open up the photos, it's a separate file. So to orient yourself, if you look in the middle of all those arrows, that's where the building is proposed. To the northwest is the existing facilities building with the green roof. To the west and the south are existing tennis courts, and the area has a few trees, existing large oak tree that is to remain, but there are smaller oaks and other trees that are proposed to be removed. The Westmont has an agreement with the county on how to replace oak trees. And I can have Susan Bennett, if she's on, she can speak to that later. Go back to the plan, please. So there's an existing walkway to the northeast that's going to connect to a path on the east and south side of the warehouse. Accessible parking will have to be regraded slightly to meet the 2% grade. That's the squiggly lines of those spaces on the north side. The foundation for the warehouse will be raised about 6 feet, 5 to 6 feet on the south side. You can see that in section AA of the civil drawing up above. That shows the existing grade dashed, and it shows the parking finish grade on the left, the slab of the proposed warehouse building, and then a little 10-foot patio with the retaining wall. Okay, we can go to the next sheet. So the warehouse will be, it's a single-story structure with a mezzanine. The lower floor will house a workshop area, restrooms, and a break room. There'll be a vertical lift, not an elevator, to access the second floor to store goods for the campus, so furniture and other equipment that they need storage for. So that's on the second floor. You go to the second sheet. So the second floor will just be open with gates and screens to delineate the areas for storage, and they're identified on the plan. Last sheet. So this is just a prefabricated steel structure made to match the existing facilities buildings, paint color and roofing material to match existing. It's a steel frame construction with a corrugated siding and a metal rail guard around the deck area on the south. Simple gable roof, some basic openings and roll-up doors. On the north elevation, there's a roll-up door on the second floor to allow a lift to carry any large items that may not fit in the lift, the interior lift. So there'll be a removable guard there with a roll-up door to allow for larger items that may need to be stored on the second floor. We don't have a landscape plan yet, but we're working on one. And if Susan Van Atta is on, maybe she could talk about the impact of the removal of the trees and her proposed landscaping for the surrounding area of the improvements.
Okay, I'm here, and you don't have my landscape plans?
I didn't have them when I submitted this months ago, so.
Months ago.
Yeah.
Okay, well, we have completed a landscape plan, including doing the wool coals analysis. So that'll be easy to get before you. But I've been working with Randy Jones, the campus planner and architect, for 25 years now, and we worked together on a simple design for the site that used plants that have been highly successful elsewhere, like the native island snapdragon. And Randy has already grown the trees for this project that would mitigate the loss of the trees that need to be removed for this project. And they were grown from, on site, I guess even acorns, right, Randy? So as mentioned by Joe, the project from an oak tree standpoint is pre-mitigated according to earlier agreements with the county. And then in addition to the ground cover plantings to restore the site, we also have a detention basin and bioswale. And in that we will be planting the juncus that will take dry and wet, and that we've used quite a bit successfully elsewhere on campus. So basically we're just building on the landscape design and taking this building and tucking it into the landscape with the aid of native informal plantings.
Okay, thank you. Susan, is that your presentation?
That's my presentation. And I think that it will all be very clear when you see the landscape plan.
Thank you very much. Okay, we're gonna go on to questions of the board. Don Sharp, do you have any questions?
Yes, what is the height of the building from the lowest point of the existing grade? That right-hand west elevation.
You want to take that from the edge of the building or the edge of the deck?
Well, the
furthest lowest point, probably.
South elevation.
It's around 30. It's around 30 feet if you're taking it from the face of the deck to the eave, and then another. I mean, you can see the 35-foot line that I've shown on the west elevation. So it's just shy of 35.
Okay.
So it's like about 33 feet to the ridge line.
I was more concerned about the south elevation and that 6-foot grade change there.
Yeah, so it's 30 foot 7 plus the 6 foot.
Yes.
Yeah, kind of, I guess.
That'd be 25 feet plus the 5.5, which is 30.5, plus 3 and 12, which is 40. 20 times 3 is 60. So looks like it's around 30, just around 35 feet.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you, John. John Watson, any questions?
I think he had to recuse, Bill.
Oh, John did, right, okay.
Because he's a neighbor, yeah.
Right, Sam, questions?
Well, yeah, thanks. I guess, Susan brought up a point about trees to be removed, and it sounds like you've already talked about how you're going to replace those with good trees from site. I guess my concern is like Don's. I'm concerned that on the south and east side, south and west side, the tennis courts obviously are big, flat, lower areas below this building. It sits up on a wall and a plinth, and it's already very tall. So I'm concerned about the view from the southeast, south, and southwest in terms of its height, because it doesn't look like there's really any way to soften or mitigate it with all the flat kind of hardscape that's surrounding those sides. So I guess the height is set by virtue of the parking and the access from the upper north and west. So I just have concerns about the height and its presence on the site from the lower soccer field, from the distant view towards this building, kind of on a prominent promenade or prominent point. So I guess that's a question to be resolved, maybe discussion, or maybe you can answer to that.
Who's the question for?
Uh,
I can adjust. I mean, it's a, you know,
architectural question, and then are you both, and a landscape question, are you thinking about the way to soften this height?
Well, there are big existing trees. I'm checking this. I've never tried this before. Can I do, oh yeah, can you all see that? What I
No.
just did?
No, we'd have to let you share.
I see. So don't worry about it, but you can see where the number 6 is.
That's a
There's
big tree.
There's a big existing oak tree, very, very big, that will screen it, like, you know, that whole side and a little bit of the south side existing. The other smaller trees, which are actually citrus trees, looks like there was a grove there, also provide some screening between the new structure and the tennis courts. And then the trees that are just to the right of the number 1, those trees are pretty mature. They're very helpful for screening. And let's see, and then the new trees, which, Randy, how big are those oaks? Didn't you say they were 36-inch box?
They're 36-inch box, right? We
Yeah.
planted them back in 2007 or so.
Right, so planning ahead. So those mitigation trees are also, we placed them in our plans to soften the appearance of the building.
Yeah,
Well, maybe the landscape plan will help, I imagine, because it's hard to tell what's being removed. It almost looks like the building takes over that whole area.
Right,
But
and so I will tell you, the oak tree that is coming out is the one that's, the arrow that is coming off the number 7 points generally to the oak tree that's coming out. And it's not as, you can see that it's not that big compared to the oak tree just, you know, southwest of it.
if you look at photo number 2, you can see the tree.
Yeah, we could look at that.
So the tree in the background is the big oak tree, and then there's a smaller kind of stunted oak that has a large trunk for its size that's being removed.
And then on top of that, you know, the Galvesia speciosa, the island snapdragon, is large and moundy. And that was another thing that we were using to have that warehouse feel like it fits into the landscape a little more. And then in terms of prominence, you can see that this is, you can see the building across the parking lot. It's a work building. So this is kind of back of house for Westmont.
Yeah, you can see another photo of the building on photo, I think 3 or 4.
Yes, this is the building across the way.
What are the plate heights of those?
That looks single story though versus the 2-story, I guess.
Right.
Correct.
A little taller than typical.
Taller and it's on the downhill side. That's my thought.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Thank you, Sam. Questions? Tip, questions?
No questions.
Okay. Claire, questions from you?
No questions.
No questions. Okay. I had a few questions. What is the plate height of the existing buildings across the way? Are they like 11 or 10 feet or something like that?
I believe they're probably 12 feet. I haven't.
Yeah. Okay.
I'll have to check.
Probably an 8-foot
Well,
door.
You can see with the size of the doors up, Bill, it's like, you know.
I'm guessing 12 feet. The doors are probably 7.
Yeah.
The roll-up doors are probably 10, and there's another 2 feet to the plate.
And another question, did you think, and this might be a Susan question as well, about the idea, could you go, Dave, to the site plan there that shows the grades and stuff? Had you thought about the idea of pulling the grades up? If you look down in the bottom southwest corner there, where you've got sort of the biggest topography thing going on, was there a way that you could rock stack, boulder, tier, the grading, the site to, maybe twofold a way of eliminating your railing by bringing the grade up a little bit and then stepping down and then to rock stack, a little more organic edge than kind of this hard edge. Had you guys thought about, is there any way to do that, or are you just pushed up against?
Well, there's that existing oak, so we don't want to
grade
really
out.
mess with the drip line area of that oak. We can
Right.
see what we can do grade wise to add grading there, but you could see the drip line for that oak.
Yeah. Where's the next closest one to that? Is that little one right there? Or Dave's?
Look here, over here, over here, over here.
Yeah. Right next to note number 9 that says the top of grade note, or no, to the left.
Oh yeah, down.
That's the existing oak that's being removed. That's that stunted one that I showed you in the photo.
And then there's several down below the grades there that are going to get removed too, right? Or not?
There are citrus trees.
Oh, those
that
are
will come out.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. So yeah, well, anyway, that was my question, just whether you'd thought about the idea of tiering that and grading it back in, and if you had room to do it or not.
Yeah, we'll explore any grading we can make under the drip line without it harming the tree.
Sure. Okay. All right. Well, that closes our questions. Let's open public comment. Is there anyone in the audience that has any comments to this item? Sharon, did we have anybody?
Thank you, Bill.
Okay, no comments. So we're going to close public comment and we'll go to the board for their comments. Let's start with Sam. Sam?
Yes, sure. Back to what we were looking at on that same plan, Dave, maybe you could go up to the section. And right above it, I think is the section. It shows that there's fill being kind of added to get up to the finished floor. Is there a way to press this building down at all to kind of, mitigate some of the overall height? And then the landscape, as it's described, at least by saving the trees on the east and west, I think that'll certainly help. I would ask that the landscape plan also address the southeast side towards the tennis courts, where it might be perceived of as the tallest view of this new structure. So overall mitigation of the height is all I'm worried about. I realize it's back of house. It's kind of in the center of the property, but on the downhill side, it's going to be accentuated based on the flat work of the sports courts and the fields below it. So it's going to have a pretty tall perception. So I guess I don't have a problem with the building. I just want to figure out how to make it feel lower integrated as you've described. I just don't have enough information to know that.
That's correct. I think when you see we did a tree protection plan as well as a planting plan, and I think you'll see that we were thinking along your same lines.
So before we go too much further, Sam, while you're still the first to take the lead here,
right?
I'm going to ask the question. It's a 2-story structure. Obviously, it's way in on their property. Do we require story poles for everything 2-story? What is the board's feeling?
There is no requirement
No.
in the county code that story poles have to be put up.
Right.
That's at our discretion as whether we want to put story poles in or not.
Yeah. And in this
That's up to us to decide that.
And in this particular case, we don't have any neighbors necessarily speaking against it, and that's usually when we kind of present that. So I'll just
but I think Bill, to answer your question on my end, I think it's tall enough and it's up on enough grade that's being manipulated that it'd be nice to have a ridge line, and then we can see how it's looking in terms of the trees right and left, and any neighbors below that might be looking towards the mountains. It'd be a good idea at this point. This is here it's for concept.
Is that a preparation for a site visit?
It would be. You would story pull it and then we'd come out for a site visit, to see those story pulls.
Because I do really think the context will be reassuring.
Yeah, I
makes
agree
sense.
too.
Let's go ahead and kind of say like that just to kind of prove all the good discussion.
Okay, all right. I wanted to get that out so that others could comment as well. Claire, comments?
My comments is that I think this is a utility building. It's buried inside of, I think it's 1,100 acres, or I think Randy remembers the
124 acres, but we'll take
how much is it?
124 acres.
124 acres, and this is buried in the site, and it cannot be seen from any neighbor offsite. So that's why I'm kind of a little resistant about requiring the applicant to put up story poles, because there are no neighbors that can see this building. You know, I know exactly where this building is because Randy's office is right around the corner and I go there all the time. So for me, I think they've chosen the best place that they could do it. And obvious that with as many people that are on site all the time, they need a utility building. And this was the best, I think, that Westmont has been able to do to find a place to place this building, inside of the 124 acres. So for me, I'm ready to approve this project. I think it's, this is it's consistent with everything else that, and as Randy knows, and as many people knows, this was a project that I fought for years because it is in my neighborhood. I mean, I live right up the hill from it, but Westmont has proved to be just about one of the best neighbors that I've ever had. So that's my comments.
Okay.
Thank you.
Claire, duly noted. Tip, comments?
Well, actually, I have no comments, but I actually believe that I do 100% in agreement with Claire that we do not need story poles. It's unnecessary expenses for the clients, and I can support the project. Thank you.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Don, did we get your comments yet?
Not yet, no.
Okay.
One of my concerns is the CUP that this college operates under as to whether there are height limits or any other items that might curtail a building like this. And story poles would be just two to give the ridge height. And I really think that might help the staff, the faculty, and so forth accept the building rather than being surprised at the height of it and the size of it. That's all.
All right. Thank you.
This is Alex. Can I just interject real quick?
Yeah, go ahead, Alex.
So regarding the master plan, there is no height limit per se with regard to the master plan other than what the ordinance allows for. And so it would be consistent from that standpoint. And the structure, I don't believe it was ever detailed out as far as exactly what the height was going to be, but they did identify the storage structure on their master plan way back when. But just one piece of information to let you know of, due to the conditions and how the master plan was approved, even though this is just a land use permit, the way it's set up is it does have to go before the Montecito Planning Commission for a finding of consistency with the original master plan. So in that sense, to answer perhaps questions that the commissioners might have, story poles would not do any harm.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you, Alex. Well, that being said, I'm kind of on the fence about it in terms of story poles. Clearly, it's the back of the house, yes. In a way, though, I think as Sam had noted, that
it kind of pushes itself a little bit into the front of the house by being so close to the tennis courts there. I know my daughter played tennis there, so she, I'm familiar with that area. And I think, as Don suggested too, that it couldn't hurt to kind of get the staff at the Westmont to see, hey, this is what's going on here. And not that you need more flack from the internal employees, but maybe it's not such a big deal to have you do just the ridge there and have us take a site visit and then be able to comment intelligently on what's out there. It is clearly, as Claire mentioned, in the middle of the property, so no neighbor is going to see it. It's really more of a, is it consistent with, maybe as Alex says, the master plan, and will it be okay for those that are living around it and working?
It is kind of close though. It pinches in the one neighborhood on the southwest and the neighbor on the southeast. It's kind of down in a pinch point where the site plan goes in an hourglass way and then maybe back out at the bottom. Sure. So I think just to notice the ridge line would not be an imposition, and it might give it context to the size of the trees next to it, as Susan has alluded. So, I don't know. It could be simple enough, and just have the planning commissioners know that we've done the right thing, and the neighbors know that we've done the right thing to try to make sure that the guidelines are followed.
And I would add to the thoughts I had as well, that Susan and Joe, if there are a way to help soften that edge with the existing grade, as we talked, whether it's with bringing the dirt up against the retaining wall that's on that back edge. Again, if it was a way to get it up high enough, you could eliminate the railing on parts of it, maybe save a little dollars and help it feel like it sort of floated into the side a little better. So anyway, those are just some comments, and you guys obviously know what you need to do in regards to. So
can I comment on Westmont's goal to get this built before the next school session?
Yeah, go ahead.
So, I'm not afraid of the story poles. I'm just afraid of the delay.
Well, maybe Alex, is there anything that can happen at the same time that they can be moving ahead with planning commission review while we're doing a site visit, and maybe the story pole thing is kind of
yeah. I mean, it's going to take probably a while to get onto the Montecito Planning Commission agenda. So I think there's time to do the story poll without impacting that schedule.
Yeah. So I think, Joe, I think that's your time frame is probably the Montecito Planning Commission and not so much us. So.
Well, we're going to have to release the engineering and construction for this before we actually get planning commission approval to make our deadline. So
that's up to you.
No, I understand. But I'm just concerned that we can't really change things at that point. So.
Well, and
I'll talk to Randy about it.
I don't know if the other board members are thinking that, that the building would have to be reduced. I don't know what our feeling would be to see the story poles and decide something different there. My gut feeling is that it's probably going to be more of a landscape effect and a softening of the site with, plant around the base than it is changing the building. But I don't know. What do the other board members feel about that? Do we approve the building without story poles, or do we really have to wait to see the whole thing? We've got two people that are willing to push it ahead.
So you're just providing a recommendation right now to there's no action to be taken today.
Right. Okay. Just positive comments only. All right. Well,
And then just to speak to your grading, I mean, I would love to do that, but we'd probably have to remove most of the surrounding trees that exist to make that grading work.
We don't want to do that.
And there's a big drainage swale that runs underneath that between the tennis courts and the proposed building site.
One thing I would like to add is that drainage swale will be enhanced and improved as the stormwater, and will also be landscaped. So that will add a lot to the area in a positive way.
Well, let's take it the next step, Susan. Since we haven't seen your landscape plan, we'll a site visit, and the story poles may just clear the whole thing up for us. And in the meantime, Joe, you can get with your planner and get on the agenda for the next meeting at the Montecito Planning Commission. Get that rolling, and let's see how quickly we can do it for you.
Okay.
Well, yeah, and also, Bill, I think that you know, if the rest of the board wants story polls, then we should do that. But I think that because they do have this time constraint, that this project should be moved. You know, the planner Willow Brown has got to put it on our agenda. So
Yeah.
I would suggest that we put this on our, if it works for the landscape architect, to put this on our next agenda so that the story polls can be up, and the next time we see this, which would be in 2 weeks or at the earliest.
So the next agenda's closed already,
Oh, okay, that's all.
but so it would just be the next available agenda. I'm not sure when that is.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, that's what we would prefer. As soon as we can get back on.
Okay, we'll discuss that with your planner, and we'll try to do whatever we can on our part to help expedite it through. Okay, all right.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay.
Mr. Chairman, I would like to have it noted in the agenda that I had recused myself on this item, please. Thank you.
Okay, and so did Dave Mendro. Okay, so we're on to item number 8, 2145 Alisos Drive. 2145 Alisos Drive, that was the one we did the site visit today. And do we have the applicant online, Jason Grant or somebody?
Yeah, Jason should be here.
Okay. Jason?
He's here.
There.
Here we go. Can you hear me now?
Hello?
Yes.
Okay.
Fantastic.
You gotta speak loud, Jason.
Okay, sorry. Yeah, can you guys hear me okay?
Yeah.
Yes, we can. Okay, we had previous comments, further concept review. Let me read those really quick. Nice project, architectural style appropriate, site planning seems appropriate, appreciates protection of existing trees, study options for improving circulation without 2 curb cuts or make second entrance less prominent, look to reduce extent of paving and provide paving details. Site visit with story poles of 2nd story element required. Provide landscaping showing existing to remain and proposed. One member suggests integrating sandstone into more of the building. No action taken. Project to return. Further concept review. Okay, go ahead, Jason. Thank you.
Hi, good afternoon. So hopefully you guys got a chance to go out and see the story poles that were up, which represent obviously that ridge line just above the garage there. And so those poles represent the eave itself, not the face of the building. So there's roughly a 2-foot offset, just so you have a reference to that. And so those were put up and obviously to represent that ridge line. If you go to the A2 sheet, you can see, and you can also see it on this existing, but we had a drive that was wrapping around, and we had that secondary curb cut, and we of course eliminated that. So we just have the original curb cut. The drive is going to basically take the same line that it does, and we're just going to incorporate just a guest parking area down there, which is required as part of the project. And so we've taken, you know, the house that's there now kind of sits more off to the east and closer to the neighbors, and we've kind of moved everything kind of to the middle of the lot. And in the spot where there's, you know, the least amount of oaks, and because as you can tell, there's quite a few oaks all around the site. And so our drive again was there you can see it, and then with our guest parking area. And then if you go to the elevations, we had some sandstone that we're incorporating to kind of wrap around as kind of a detail down below. We just kind of zoom back. So we've incorporated a bit more stone in some of the facades along the bottom of the garage, as well as if you look at that south elevation, the two flanking portions of the building, we took the stone and carried it up on those portions as well, and then kind of kept everything else as kind of batten board throughout. And so try to incorporate a bit more sandstone as was a suggestion, which we thought was a good one. The owner was happy with that. No change in the floor plan from the previous view. And then Chuck, I'm not sof Chuck made it here. I know he had other stuff to do, but there is a landscape, at least a preliminary landscape, that's also included in this. Kind of give you a sense of where the landscaping will occur. Obviously, as we get out to the oaks, we're going to let that be natural. Most of the landscaping, the proposed landscaping, will be obviously just around the immediate structure itself, and creating some paths and some walkways and some entrance. There's going to be a pedestrian gate, which will kind of carry you down into to meet the entryway. Some hedging proposed along up at the street to kind of provide privacy and kind of separation from our building and the street. And again, just some,
coming in there. Okay.
So just some DG paths that kind of carry you around, and then again, once you get out to the rural area or the oak kind of overlay, we'll just let that be natural as it is. And then I think on the next sheet, I think Chuck provided, we have an entry gate that is proposed as part of this, and it'll have sandstone on either side. And then the pedestrian gate is also shown with a little sandstone pillar on either side, and then obviously hedging and material to kind of help soften that and soften it for the street view and elevation. And with that, I guess I'm happy to answer any questions.
Okay, thank you, Jason. Let's go on to board member questions. Claire, any questions?
Nope.
Okay, Sam, questions?
No questions.
Okay, let's see. Don Sharp, any questions?
No questions.
All right, John Watson, questions?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, PDF page number 6, please. That's it. Can you zoom in on the parking space, the new parking space, please? So the question is, it appears that the parking space is in the front yard setback. Is that correct?
It looks like you are correct, yes.
Very good. Thank you. That's the end of my questions.
All right. Good question, John. Dave Mendro, question.
Yes. Have you consulted an arborist for the work around these trees here?
Yes, that's being done now, and I will have that report for our next meeting. So I'll have all those recommendations and whatnot.
Thank you.
Okay, Tip, questions?
No questions. Thank you.
Okay, very good. I think I got everybody. I didn't have any questions either. We'll move on to public comment. Was there anyone in the audience who wanted to speak to this item number 8, 2145 Elisos Drive? Anyone there? Karen? No? Seeing no one, we'll move on to the board's comments. Okay, John Watson, your comments. I think I know what it might be.
Yeah, Alex, are you on?
Yeah.
Alex Tuttle. Parking in the front yard for the required extra uncovered parking space is not permitted by the ordinance. Is that correct?
That's correct.
So that parking space as shown is not correct. Yes?
Yeah, he'll need to find a spot where that can be outside the setback.
Okay, very good. So number 1, I like the project. Number 2, I think the site plan needs a little tiny bit more work. Number 3, I think that assuming that you can find that spot out of the setback, I would be ready to move this project to preliminary final, either at the full board or at the consent if the board feels that. So thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
All right, thank you, John. Sam Ephus, comments?
Yeah, thank you, Bill. I did not make the site visit for complications today, but I would acquiesce to my board members to how this sits in the site. But I agree with Dave that the encroached areas of the garage and potentially the site wall would need an arborist's report. So I would be hesitant to move ahead any quicker than without that provision that we have some kind of analysis for the oak trees around the west and the parking area and also the new wall, because it looks like the new stucco wall as well. The gates are all proposed as new. So all of that is working around existing oaks and ought to be included in that. So the design of the house and overall landscape, integration looks like it's well done, but I just want to make sure we're looking at the arborist report for how it integrates with the existing kind of site conditions. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Sam. Tip, comments?
Yes, I actually did drive by the site and take a look at the poles, and I have no problem with the projects, and I'm ready to move it on to perhaps consent for preliminary and final approval.
Okay, all right, thank you, Tip. Don, comments?
Thank you. I agree with the prior comments, and I would like to state that I appreciate the fact that when you are in the street looking back, you don't stare at a 3-car garage. I hope the new design to incorporate the required parking space does not change that. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Don. Claire, comments?
I don't have any real question. I actually do have one an outstanding question after going to the site visit today. There's the ridge line of the new addition looks like it's going to impact an oak tree, because actually where the orange flags are actually floating inside so how is this new section, how much is that going to impact that oak?
So our arborist is working on that now, and that oak, the one that you're pointing out, is the one of our most concern. We want to save the tree. The owner loves the tree, and so we're working desperately to figure out how we can, in our proximity to that tree, make sure that we do everything, all mitigation measures. I mean, everything we need to actually save that tree and not have to do any kind of mitigation. And so, as I look at this now, and as we all stand here, I can answer both the parking question and probably that oak tree question quite simply. We have a bit of room to play where we can take this building and just slightly slip it to the south. There's nothing, as we kind of come down, there's no trees in front of us, there's nothing that's stopping us. We've been doing our best, obviously, to keep our distance from all neighbors and trying to do the best to do that. But if this building slid down even a handful of feet, it'll help me with the guest parking area, slide things out of the front yard setback. It'll also help with that relationship with that tree, the very one that you're talking about. And I think I can do that quite easily and not have to change design or change, the footprint. It's just a matter of just sliding it slightly down.
Okay, got it.
All right, great, thank you.
So, Mr. Chair, my recommendation would be to give them, grant them preliminary and put them on the next agenda for,
Yep, okay.
not on consent, because
Yeah,
there's too much outstanding.
Okay, well, let's get through the rest. Dave Mindro, did you have any comments?
My main, I think the architecture is very nice. My main concern was the impact to those oak trees. And also, I would like to have the landscape architect present the screening and how it's going to be, because I think that helps me feel good about the project too, is the screening from the street, the visual screening. So I'd prefer to wait and have them come back for preliminary final with that information.
Okay.
Especially if they're going to be moving the building at all.
Exactly. Yeah, that's a big component of it.
Yeah.
Yeah, again, I don't have to move it much. It's just sliding it down. It's the same lens. And frankly, Chuck actually had what you're seeing here is actually his very preliminary. He's done much more work since then. So we'll have a very complete package at the next review.
Mr. Chairman, it's not on for preliminary today, so we could not grant it even if we wanted to.
Oh, okay. It's just for.
Well, we can grant it preliminary. We can recommend preliminary approval.
For next time.
Yeah.
Or conceptual, that's next time. Yeah.
It's not agendized for today's meeting.
Okay, so they'll come back. They'll come back and with arborist report, with the shift, with the landscape more completed, and then we can grant it preliminary and maybe final all at that same time, depending on what they have. If they have colors and lighting and everything.
Yeah, what I'd like to plan to do, Bill, is come back with everything, a full package, enough for preliminary and final. So if it can be, agendizes that would be great. And if I meet all the boxes and check everything you guys are comfortable with,
I'd love talk to your planner, work with her on, or who is it? Oh, Travis. Yeah, work with him on, get your colors, your details, your finishes.
all the details are even part of this plan here. In fact, if anybody wants to look.
Okay, all right. Yeah, I didn't see colors and lighting, so
yeah, you're right. That's
items that were still outstanding. So get all that together and come back, and then we'll do what we can to get you a preliminary and final.
That sounds great. Thank you. I really appreciate it.
All right, thank you. Okay, let's go on to item 9. We are at 685 Stonehouse Lane, and that's Becker Studio. So did we have previous comments on that? Yeah, previous comments on that?
Yes, Daryl and Megan are here.
Okay, let's get our previous comments there. Past minute notes. Okay. House Lane 685. Okay. Architectural style is appropriate. Look to further minimize grading. Show existing and proposed grade contours on the plans. Feathering of the grade is preferred if allowed per the terms of the development envelope conditions. One member suggests stepping down the house or pulling it away from the southern edge of the envelope to retain grading within the envelope. Story poles with site visit required. Now, we didn't do story poles because I think you revised the plan. Is that correct?
Correct. We, after our last, I'm sorry, Daryl Becker here. After our last meeting, we spent a good month and a half working with our planner, our civil engineer trying to mitigate some of the grading. And we first started by eliminating the patio off the south side of the living room. And then additionally, we reduced the size of the south patios off the office and master bathroom.
Hey, Daryl, can I interrupt just for a second? Which file do you want to see here?
Well, I think we ought to see the site plan A1.1.
But there's 3 files. Do you know which one, or should I just pick the one that says site plan?
Megan.
Pick the bottom on the site plan one, please.
And Mr. Chairman, before we go there is a memo from the planner that I think we should read before Daryl gets started.
Please.
Memo. All right. Planner comments. The parcel has a development envelope which limits earth disturbance outside of the envelope boundaries. This will restrict grading done outside these areas. The applicant has worked to minimize grading outside of the development envelope while allowing fire access to guest house and driveway access to the residence. The location of grading in this current configuration satisfies the requirements of the development envelope. The applicant has also reduced the amount of grading by approximately 600 cubic yards of fill since their last submittal. This results in proposed grading totals of 200 cubic yards of cut and 1480 cubic yards of fill. The applicant has worked with P&D to reduce the amount of grading However, a condition of the parcel map requires a 1.5-foot increase in elevation above existing grade for the single-family dwelling, which has increased the amount of grading required for the project. Please comment on the amount of grading for this project. Project was first reviewed September, and those are the minutes that we just read. So if I understand this, and Alex, maybe you can clarify this for us. So even though the development envelope limits the earth disturbance outside the boundaries, they're still doing grading, and that's okay. Is that correct?
So the planner, I believe, is on, Chris Schmuckel, so perhaps he could speak to.
Okay. Chris, can you speak to this, please?
Yes. So this is Chris. I'm the planner for the project, and we've worked with the applicant to fit as much grading as possible inside the development envelope, while still maintaining access to the guest house for fire reasons. I spoke with Montecito Fire, and they need to have a truck that can fit with, I believe it's like a 100-foot hose line distance to the guest house. So they need a driveway that can go pretty much down to the south side of the proposed residence. And then we also, can allow a little bit of grading outside the envelope for access to the property itself as a driveway. So after reviewing it, we're satisfied with the grading that's outside the envelope. There still is a large amount of grading for the project in general, but that is because of the required finished floor elevation from the parcel map.
Okay, all right. So thank you for your input. All right, go ahead, Daryl, if you want to continue.
John, first of all, John, thank you. And Chris, I really appreciate it. Right now we're on A11. That is the former development plan. So I think if we scroll one more page.
PDF sheet 6, please.
Sorry, PDF sheet 6.
I think it's 3 before this sheet. Or perfect, yeah.
That's it
great.
right there. So anyway, we moved the house. We've moved basically we kept the consistent design. We moved the house around. We minimized the amount of house to yard connection via patios, and that's what we've lost with this design off the south side of the south side of the living room, and off of the office and master, which are on the south side of the house. We reduced the size of those patios and stayed completely out of the critical root zone of those trees on that side. And so those were the big changes. The one thing that we also have done is, after working with our planner, we went back to our civil engineer and asked that we change the house from a slab foundation to a raised foundation to minimize the amount of import, because we realized that we're importing quite a lot of soil to fulfill this obligation that comes with the parcel. This 1.5 feet above natural grade is really one of the things that's causing the grading on the site. And so we've tucked in the main driveway, we've tucked in the service court driveway. We've gone from a slab to a raised foundation, allowing for us to undercut the house and minimize the amount of import. And so those are sort of the big items. Architecturally, we made a few changes as a result of conversations with our client. We had a fireplace off the family room. And what elevation are we at?
That would be the west elevation. And that sheet, that looks like it's sheet 12 PDF. Yeah.
Right. So the center of the house is the family room, left of the arches. And there was a fireplace stack right through the middle of the ridge of that element facing west. And that fireplace was moved under the loggia. So that was a change. And other than that, I think that those are the major items. Again, I think recapping, we reduced overall grading from 2,300 yards of grading down to 1,430 of cut and 690 of fill. I'm sorry, I'm wrong. 1,480 of fill, 200 of cut.
Okay, all right. Thank you, Daryl. Is that your presentation?
That's my presentation. I do think there was a discussion of whether we should story pole the house again. And we also have a landscape that we correlated with this plan. This house is under the height of the previously approved house. And as we noted in our last discussions before the board, we have met with 4 of the neighbors adjacent and have, their approval for this plan. So we think that story polling the house is an unnecessary expense. And or if we have to do that, where there was discussion about story polling just the main ridge and the possibility of recommending this for sort of a concept review of that story pole. But we're open to whatever you require.
Okay, thank you, Daryl. And I don't see a landscape plan in here. Is there one or?
There is one. I believe it's in the other PDF that's in the file.
You want to review that real quick?
I think Derek.
Yeah, Derek's on the.
Okay.
Is it in one of these other files here?
I believe so.
These other files are really slow. It might take a second.
Sorry.
Good job, Dave.
They look like, oh, there it is. Go to the top one, Dave. Details and grading. The very top one of those.
Did I not go? Okay.
Yeah, they're all big files. All of them take a while to download.
Yeah.
Yeah, these ones in particular have something going on with them.
Because it's 3.
Yeah, that one right there has the landscape. Go to the top of the file there, you'll see.
Well, you mean maybe the bottom?
Maybe the bottom, yeah. The top is a section.
Yeah. That's weird.
I uploaded it to too big a file.
Oh, it is the bottom. I'm sorry, Dave. It's sheet 10.
10? Okay, great. Let me see if I can get that.
Yeah.
There it is. There we go.
Hi guys, this is Derek with Arcadia Studio. Our plan has not changed at all except for pulling in that patio that was on the south end of the building. And as Daryl said, that we did have a fire pit out underneath a couple of oak trees outside of the building envelope, and we've eliminated that as well.
Okay. Is that it, Derek?
Yep. I mean, unless you want me to go over it again, but I think I've done it twice.
I think we're good unless somebody, we'll see. We'll get into questions here. Okay, so we're going to go to questions. I'm going to start with Claire.
None.
Questions?
No questions.
No questions. All right. Dave Mendro, any questions?
No questions, Bill. Thanks.
All right. Sam, questions?
Yeah, no questions.
Okay. Don Sharp, questions? Don, are you there? Don, hello? Don, maybe you're muted. I don't see Don. Okay. All right. Well, we'll go to Tip. Tip, questions?
No questions.
No questions. And John Watson, questions?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I just want to ask the planner point blank, yes or no, does this grading as proposed satisfy the Planning Commission requirements when they approve the lot split here?
So the development envelope itself says no earth disturbance outside of the development envelope.
Chris, I don't want to be argumentative here, but it's a simple yes or no. Does this plan comply? Yes or no? No.
I'm sorry, but there has to be a little bit of context because if we complied with just the letter of that Planning Commission decision, then there wouldn't be able to have any kind of access to the property itself. So,
in the opinion of the planning department, does this comply as it's drawn?
Yes.
Thank you. That's all I needed to know. Thank you, Chris, very much.
All right.
That's all I have, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, John.
Mr. Chair, this is Don. I'm back on.
Okay, go ahead. We're in questions. Did you have any questions, Don?
I have none. Thank you.
Okay, good. And I did not. My question would be to you, Don. Where were you? No, I'm just kidding.
I know that was earlier, but
Okay.
my
That's
computer just had to be reprogrammed here.
Good, very good. I'm just giving you some guff.
I know.
Okay. Okay, then we are going to go to public comment. And is there anyone in the audience that would like to speak to this project at 685 Stonehouse Lane? Sharon, anyone?
No, I don't have any interest.
Okay, nice. Okay, then we'll close public comment. We'll go to the board for their comments. And John, because of your question, I'm going to have you comment first. What are your thoughts on this project?
I think there are two issues. The basic design, which as hard as it has been for the applicant, and I think that he and she have worked conscientiously, and it sounds like the planning department understands that a little variance was needed in this project, and I will defer to their professional opinion. So I am happy with the plan as it sits here now. The question that I have is whether or not the cost and time of the story pole is necessary. And I don't know. The question that it comes down to is if neighbors were on and listening when we talked about having a story pole, I think we owe it to them. Otherwise, we made a promise we did not keep. If this was something that was done internally and it was not something that they are anticipating, I don't think we need it. So I really don't know where the context of that is, but those are my comments, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, John. Sam Maphis, your comments?
Yeah, I think this site with its requirements has been a difficult puzzle for many applicants over the years. I've seen probably this is the third different version of homes being proposed, and this one now fits as smoothly into the envelope that's very restrictive as any that we've seen, and they've worked this puzzle a number of ways. I'm glad the south side has worked its way around the existing oak trees that are on that side before it was asserting itself in. So pulled in all their elbows and trimmed in all their courts and activities into this restricted envelope. And I think the house is very nicely designed. It now works in a compact way to the restrictive nature. The planning department is on board with the stipulations of the subdivision. And so I think it's a very nice design, both architecturally and landscape architecturally. So I have found good favor in this well worked out puzzle. So I'm complimentary and ready to kind of put them through the next step.
Okay, thank you, Sam. Don Sharp, your comments on this?
I agree with Sam's every comment. I think the project is as good as you can get for the envelope, and I think it's approvable in my eyes.
Okay, thank you, Don. Tip, comments?
Yes, I do agree with all of Sam's comments, and I think this is a good project.
Okay.
Thank you.
Claire, comments?
I'm gonna ditto everything that's said. I think we've worked this project as much as it's possible to work a project, and I think it should be moved forward.
Dave Mindro, comments?
Yes, I agree with the other board members, and I commend the applicant for working with the planning staff and the board to get it to a place where it really minimizes the impacts and a place where we can all support it. So thank you for that. I know that took a lot of effort.
So to circle back on John's comment of the story pole versus no story pole, my comment would be that the neighbors aren't here today. Daryl, you did mention that you had worked with them again, maybe, and have shown them this most recent
Right. The
plan
plan.
set. Is that
Yeah.
correct?
Yeah, let me speak to this. So the first meeting, we had all of the neighbors here. The last meeting, we had one neighbor just checking that we followed through on our promises. And that is the meeting where we discussed the need not to put up story poles, and the board discussed the possibility of requiring the story poles. That plan had been fully vetted with the neighbor. I have no concern of that neighbor, and I know it's not going to come back to the board. And so I personally don't, I mean, again, the house is under the envelope of the previously approved plan. All of the neighbors have been met with and talked to, had concern, or have showed any interest in the project, and they're well aware of the project. We're not impacting anyone any worse than we were the first round, but we have met with other neighbors to talk to them about it.
Is it lower than the previous proposal too?
Yes.
It is. So it's lower and it's of similar design, of course, different orientation.
Is it true even with a raised floor, you're staying lower than where you were?
Yeah, that's right. What's happening is our grade stays the same at finished floor. We're just excavating out the foundation instead of importing soil to bring up a slab.
Understood. Got it.
So you're here agendized for further conceptual review.
Yeah, we cannot give it approval anyway.
Okay.
What we would like is conceptual approval with a referral to preliminary final or preliminary final.
On consent. Maybe.
Well, the planner is right here. He's, let's
Yeah,
make the recommendation to the planner to move this.
Yes, we get that.
So I think we can give it conceptual approval for sure.
No,
And,
we don't do approval of conceptual.
Yeah, just favorable comments, and we could see it for preliminary and final.
So preliminary and final, do we do at full board or?
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
Okay. All right, then let's do that. We'll see you back here for preliminary final at full board.
Excellent.
Excellent. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Of course, appreciate it.
And I will be stepping down on the last item. Thank you. See you all in 2 weeks.
Thank you. See you in a couple of weeks, Chip.
Take care.
Okay, item number 10, final 1491 Edgecliff Lane, Van Wolf's Winkel, if I pronounce that properly.
Oh, it's this project.
Are the applicants, wait, let's see, we had, did we have comments? We had comments. Past comments are, nice project, improvement over existing residence, architectural style is appropriate. Detailing will be critical to success of project. Consider hardy plank instead of real wood. No action taken. Okay. Let's go ahead. Anybody here to present 1491 Edgecliff Lane? Please.
Yes, Zach Hansen with the Warner Group.
Okay, all right. Go ahead, Zach.
All right, so I guess starting with the past comments, just to kind of get people back up to speed. The new project is an improvement over the existing. We are greatly reducing the mass of the building. It fits in a similar footprint and it is a similar height, but we've broken up the volumes. So I think the neighbors are very much liking that. And we just think it's a more charming and kind of fits into the neighborhood a little bit better than the current building. Detailing is going to be very important. We're obviously next to the ocean, so we are considering using the hardy plank. And we're kind of going to fuse a traditional look with modern detailing to make it really unique. So going through the plan set, not much has changed since when you guys last saw it. If you want to cycle through to A 1.0, the first few pages are just the same as last set. Go to C C1.
See, is it, how far into it is it?
It's right before the A 1.0.
Oh,
There you go. Cool. So we've provided a civil sheet. The grading is very simple. We're really not changing the topography in any way, just with the building envelopes. So it's very limited in terms of grading, and we'll basically connect the existing site drains to, or the new drains to the existing drainage system that's currently there. I'm also seeing that there should be some landscape drawings after the civil sheets.
I think I separated them out, yeah.
Okay. So Susan from Van Atta is here to talk about that.
Hi, am I unmuted?
Yeah, I can hear you. Yeah, you're on.
Okay, what we're looking at is the hardscape plan right now. We also have a planting plan. So the client will be landscaping the even the entry drive and the entrance, which I think will be add a lot to the neighborhood. There's some sort of dead looking trees and some sad looking landscape at the street. And there is a public access that runs right along the north edge of this ownership of this property. So that would be a nice improvement for everybody. You can see that we're proposing canopy trees overhanging Edgecliff Lane, as well as other, nice landscape there. And there'll be a landscape buffer between Edgecliff Lane with sort of lower water use subtropical kinds of taller plantings. And we're kind of bringing a sense of the beach and the ocean up onto the site on the south side. And we're also taking our cues from the architectural design by using circles in the landscape in various ways, including stepping stones and the layout of the herb garden. So we've got to the far east side of the site, it's what we call a food forest, edible landscaping. And there is a view easement that runs through the center where no structures can be, and that's been left open. And then there's a very steep slope on which we'll be using coastal bluff native plants surrounding the pool. So that's just a quick overview, but I'm here for any questions.
Okay, and is that your presentation, Zach?
Let me go back to the previous set, and I'll go over the architectural drawings. So you can go to A 1.0 now. I'd also like to mention that we did go before NPC in November, and the project was approved as you're seeing it now. That was also part of the previous MBAR comments. So going forward, site plan, again, largely unchanged. Kind of the only thing that we've altered is the rear south patio. We've added a bit more outdoor space, and most of that space, almost all of it, is going to be covered. And that's kind of the money view right there. So we've added a little bit more covered space, and you'll see the overhangs in the elevations. So with, can you go to A 2.0? So we've added a roof plan just to show how the site's draining, or the building is draining. If you go to A 3.0, really the only thing that's changed here is the drawing 3. You can just see a couple new overhangs that are covering these patios. And then if you go to the next page, we've added building sections. So you can kind of get the gist of how the building is being framed. We're using very conventional framing, wood stud walls, wood rafters, and then we are doing a raised foundation for ease of running ductwork and whatnot. The last section page, A 4.02, we've added a site section that goes kind of north-south through the property from the street to the beach. And you can see on the far left that, you know, there's some existing site walls along the beach, and you really can't see much of the building from the shore. So that's kind of a good section to get the gist of the site. And then last page is just some renderings of the project. We've gotten a little bit more detailed with subtle things, but largely unchanged. So that's about it.
Okay, all right. Thank you, Zach. Let's go to questions from the board. Dave Mendro, any questions?
Oh, I had one, but I lost it.
I can come back.
I'll bring it back if I can remember.
Okay, I'll jump on to Claire. Claire, any questions?
No, I don't have any questions.
Okay. Sam, questions?
Just a couple quick ones. Susan, what are the trees? It's hard to read these drawings along the driveway. The ones that are kind of the common driveway. You've got a canopy tree. Do
You know, what we have called out on the plan, on that plant list, which is hard to read, is Cassia leptophila or gold medallion trees. So they're not very big.
Okay, because I was wondering if you got too big, you've got neighbor issues, maybe beyond that might be something to address. And then I'm curious, that beach walk or the access, do you have a wall there that provides privacy for the backyard, you know, food court and food? I'm just curious how that boundary is being handled on that east side.
On the east side.
Food
Good
for
point. Make sure we're clear with each other.
Yeah, so I guess you've got in your landscape plan, you've got, it's a beach access road and
Oh,
walkway.
the beach access is runs along the north edge of the property.
It does?
And
Okay.
yes, it
What's
goes
going on?
over.
On the right side, on the right side of the property, you don't propose any planting at all. Looks like it's
Oh, it sits very, very high up. It sits
on
I
a
don't know,
wall.
do we have anything that shows that, Zach?
Yeah,
This,
Is it on a, it must be up on a plinth of a wall of some kind.
yes,
existing.
very, very tall wall.
Yeah.
That's the ramp down to Miramar Beach.
Yeah, okay. I just was unclear because it looked like there was not any planting kind of really in that area to soften that side of any of the.
Right, so what
architecture.
we did do, because it is tight there, you'll see we're showing espaliers on the inside of that wall. That's sort of part of our food forest, which would be fruit, fruit making espaliers. But on the other side of the wall, there's no place to plant. It's a very tall retaining wall.
Yeah, no, I understand. I just wondered if you were proposing anything to soften it from that side, but
Yeah, I don't know if that's physically possible to do anything on the outside, Zach?
No, not on the outside, on the inside.
Oh, the inside, yes. It's an espalier is running all along that wall on the inside.
Okay.
It's very hard to read, but it says fruit tree. I don't know. I can't even read it. It's so small.
Yeah. So I guess the other question, Zach, is your one section that shows kind of from the beach up to the house, is that exaggerated vertically, or do you really have that much height above the beach from finished floor down?
That is to scale. We're about 30 feet off of sea level, so it's a pretty sharp grade change.
Hey, Dave, can you go to Google Earth? That would help show.
Yeah, that will really help.
Yeah, you can see.
Yeah, just the vertical exaggeration it looked like, but you're saying that's to scale, so that helps me know how high it sits above the beach.
Yep.
Okay. No other questions, Bill. Thank you.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Sam. Let's see. John Watson, did I ask you if you had any questions?
No, you didn't, and no do I.
Nor do you. Okay. And Dave, we're back to you again. Did you have your questions figured out?
I did, thank you.
Oh, okay, you got them answered. All right. And Don, did I ask you if you had any questions?
No, and no questions.
No and no. Okay, very good. I have one question, and I think I know what the answer is. There's a structure there down at the beach, on the beach, right on the wall there. Is that going away or is that staying? That stays, huh?
Oh yeah, that's staying. We're not proposing to do any work there as of now. So
That little deck thing, the building that's there, that's.
yeah, it's a little 2-story cabana basically.
Got it.
Bill, it's non-conforming and can never be remodeled at all.
Yeah, I know it, yeah.
Okay, so never any changes.
No, right, okay. That was the only question I had. So then let's go on to public comment. Is there anyone in the audience that would like to comment on this item? 10 at 1491 Edgecliff Lane. Sharon, anybody online?
No, thank you.
Okay, thank you. We're going to close public comment. We're going to go to our board members' comments, and let's start with John Watson. What say you, John?
John says, number one, I believe this is ready for preliminary approval. But in saying that, I don't see a lot of meat on the bones of these drawings. I think that you've correctly described the building's mass, bulk, and scale, how it's going to look, et cetera. But in terms of getting down, getting dirty, could some contractor build this? You don't really have that. Now, I know that's not supposedly supposed to happen at preliminary, but I also want to comment that I have seen a number of projects from your office which have gotten rejected at consent because they did not have a sufficient amount of detailing. I think this is coming back to the full board, but I would just ask for the sake of efficiency that you really get down and figure out everything that needs to be detailed and do that. I think this is a nice project and I'm going to be proud to vote for it, but please do your work for the next step. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
All right, thank you, John. Don Sharp, comments?
As was stated, I believe the detailing is critical on a structure such as this.
Yeah.
And we've been assured that it will be, so I think it's an admirable project. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Don. Sam Maphis.
Yeah, I like the project design wise. I think the landscape is fine and coming along, but again, it needs detail as to sizes of plants. And I see just in that drawing right there, I see a detail of what looks like an infinity spill, but in plan view, I don't see a trough. I don't see how that really is going to work. And where is the pool equipment? There's things here that are still missing that I think ought to be really fleshed out in the next step of design development. So I'll be looking for a lot more complete set. But overall, conceptually and just in general design wise, I think it's fine. And I like it, but it needs detailing as been said. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Sam. Claire, comment.
Well, I don't really have any other comments. We've seen the project. We've all agreed that it's a good project. It's on for preliminary approval today, by the way. And so I would like to make a motion for preliminary approval with the applicant to return for final to the full board, which would then allow us to see all of the detailed drawings, which is what we normally review at final. So that would be a motion for me to grant it preliminary approval today with final at the full board.
I'd
I'll
second
second
that.
that motion.
Let Don second it.
All right, that's seconded. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay. Motion carries, so that,
And I will move to adjourn the meeting.
I'll second that motion.
Yay!
Good job, Bill. Good job, Dave.
Yes.
way to go.
Way to take the reins and ride that pony.
That's-
Thanks, guys.
Very good.
Bye.
We need to vote.
Okay, I vote yay.
What?
Aye.
Aye, aye, aye,
Aye.
All
Thanks,
right.
everyone.
All right.
Thanks, Sharon. Thanks, Alex.
Bye.
I'm going to email and Keith and find out how long they can delay closing escrow legally.